videos and stuff like that. So just make sure you guys treat those videos with respect. That's not like a time to go check your phone or anything like that. Like that is like still part of training. All right. Now, the third thing is we have an unlimited territory to sell Cutco right now. All right. So with everything being virtual, we have new opportunities that weren't present before. Right. Before, our representatives used to drive to customers' homes, right, and do their presentations with them one-on-one. So they were only limited on how far they were willing to go to a customer. Right now, you don't have to move your butt out of your bed, and you could do an appointment in Florida, in Alaska, in New York. We have reps selling in Puerto Rico, in the Philippines, in Peru, in Canada. So like you are there's no limits now, right? There's an uncapped amount of like territory for you guys to go out there and do appointments with anybody inside the states. All right. So it's just a really great time of the year to start selling Cutco. Now the fourth thing is our incredible support systems. All right. So you guys can expect 100% support from us. I don't like you guys calling me like your manager or your boss or anything like that. Call me your coach. All right. And one thing that you'll notice in common, every great athlete, doesn't matter if they're the best, no, doesn't matter if they're considered a master, they all have one thing in common: a coach. Right? You see like these Olympic teams, right? All of them have a coach. Even though they're the best at what they do in the world, they have a coach. And a coach isn't there to tell them what to do. Just so you guys are clear, right? A coach is there to guide them, hold them accountable, encourage them when they're losing confidence, pick them up when they're losing like their confidence, and then when they're killing it, to push them to the new heights, new levels, and get the best out of them. So that's what me, Andrew, and Brent are here for, to make sure you guys do your best. All right. Let's see. All right, cool. Now, we have lots of things to help you guys underneath support system. So the first thing that we have is something called one-on-one coaching. All right, so this is what we call PDI, stands for Personal Daily Impact. So these are kind of like your coaching calls. So when you guys are doing your appointments, we're going to be 100% available for you guys, right? So let's just say you forgot everything that we did in training today, right? You can call us in your appointment like, hey, John, I did not listen to you for all 2 of those days. What do I do right now? All right, and I got your back, all right? If you guys need help, or like if you need like a really good deal, you're like, hey, I'm with my grandma, I want to hook her up like a ton, call us. All right. So like, here's the thing, guys, like we sell Cutco, right? And it's the best product in the history of the universe. Like we want to make sure we help your families get like the best deal. So we're not trying to sell them Cutco full price or anything. We want to make sure we give them the ultimate best deal. So the representatives that call in, they get to hook up their families with the best prices. We have team meetings. All right. So every week we have a weekly team meeting that our team looks forward to getting together. We had 40 representatives on our team meeting last night. Right. And it was just so much fun. Like everyone's just like super pumped up. Our team is so positive right now. That's probably like one of my favorite things on the day to day is just working with our team. And one thing you guys are going to notice while you're working with us is we have a strong family atmosphere, family like culture here in our office. So like there's always somebody you can talk to. There's always somebody you can get help from, things like that. We also do something called field training. Field training is when you go on another representative's appointment. So those of you guys that have a friend that are working on our team, you can tag along with them on their appointment to see what they're doing, right? Or if you see somebody like killing it in our office, like we have like some people that are selling at a high level and crushing it, you can just like go watch their appointment and just see what they're doing, right? And I think that's like another great way of learning, just seeing somebody in action. And then like I said, we just support you guys. All right. Like there's always going to be somebody here. I have a whole team of assistant managers as well. So you guys will meet some of them as we go throughout training. So like we have Andrew, we have Teresa, we have Micah, we have Hector, right? And we have Kyle, right? We have lots of people that are going to be available for you guys. All right. So I do want you guys to get these down right here. So we could just title this Training Objectives. All right. So training objectives. So the first objective for training is I want to help everybody grow professionally. Okay. I want to help everybody grow professionally by becoming entrepreneurs and business professionals. it's no secret right now, guys. It's no secret. The world that we're headed in is becoming more of the world of the entrepreneur. Have you guys noticed? More and more people are getting into business for themselves. And unfortunately, with like this whole event with COVID-19, a lot of people are realizing their quote unquote stable jobs weren't so stable, right? And it's really unfortunate, but like a lot of people that were in business for themselves, that are running their own business, they're still working, right? Just because like I control my own time that I work, my hours, how much I make, all that stuff like that. So there's nobody else that can control that. So they can't let me go if things get tough, right? It's all dependent on me. So I want to teach you guys how to know how to work at least independently for yourself if you did choose that route later on in life. Professional development is super important to us. I want to make sure you guys' resumes are so stacked by the time you're working with us that you can go get whatever job that you want, right? Like imagine like Jonathan working with me for like a few months, right? And then he leaves and goes out and gets his dream job at doing X, right? So that is my main goal. All right. Like I don't expect everybody to be working with Cutco for the next like 10 years of their career. But I do expect everybody, whether you're working with me for a couple weeks, couple months, or a couple years, to get the experience. So this way you guys can use it to propel your future. All right. And something that you guys can that you guys can earn to help you guys build your resume is earning our President's Club letter. All right. So write this down, President's Club letter. It's a letter of recommendation from the CEO of Vector Marketing. And Forbes wrote an article earlier this year about the top CEOs to work with in America. And our CEO, I think he came in at number 23 out of like the top 50 CEOs in America right there. So imagine a top 23 CEO recommends you to your next adventure that you guys are planning on doing. All right. So it's just going to look really great on your resume. And I just saw something get posted today. Our company, even though our factory has been closed for 7 weeks, we haven't let anybody go. All 600 factory employees are still getting their normal pay, even if they're working or if they're still working in our factory, right? Like that's something like I really like love about our company, right? Like we're here for people. We care about people first. So like I want you guys to get recommended by one of the top CEOs in America. So this way you guys can use that. Think about your confidence going into your next job interview, or your confidence when you're applying for that school that's really hard to get into, right? And you have that letter of recommendation to help you get in, all right? The second thing I want to help you guys with as we go throughout training is to grow personally. All right, I want to help everybody grow personally by becoming better communicators and more confident people. Communication is so important in the world, right? Whether it's just like in your own everyday life, or whether you're trying to communicate a vision to a team or a vision to a client or something like that. And confidence is what holds you back from going after your dreams. There's a lot of people that could be doing like their dream jobs, but they're just not confident enough to go pursue it. All right. So that's something I want to teach you guys. The third thing is I want to help everybody grow financially. I want to help everyone grow financially. And underneath this, I want you guys to write this down. First promotion, first weekend. All right. First promotion, first weekend. Write that down underneath grow financially. And that is what I'm focused on with everybody on here, is to help you guys hit your first promotion as quickly as possible. All right. Hit your first promotion, your first weekend. And the reason why is because when you hit your first promotion this weekend, you're going to make $100. And I am not okay with anybody making less than $100 their first couple of days on the job, just because you can probably go make that at McDonald's. All right. One of my goals, one of the reasons why I became an office manager, is to make sure I can provide the best opportunity for people. Whether it doesn't matter where you live, right? But I want to provide the best opportunity for people to grow personally, professionally, and financially. All right. Now, as long as you guys follow the program, right? We've been doing the same thing for 70 years. We've mastered the program. As long as you guys just follow the program and just listen and learn as we go throughout training, you're going to make that and probably a lot more your first weekend on the job, right? Just from my last weekend's training class, right? There's Tate. He started same exact training class for like you guys, but just last week. He made $400 his first week on the job, right? We had Rachel. She made a little over $300 her first weekend on the job last week. We had Addison. She made a couple $100 her first weekend on the job. Michaela made $300 last weekend, right? So most people that go through our training, as long as they follow the program, they usually have like those results. A couple weekends before that, we had some people making $600 their first weekend on the job. It's just really based on you, on your work ethic, and what you guys decided to do this weekend. And my goal is to help you guys reach those goals. All right. Now, also underneath grow financially, I want you guys to write this down. Hit Dirty 30. So hit Dirty 30 by, what's today's date? By June 15th. Okay. So hit Dirty 30 by June 15th. And for those of you guys that don't know what Dirty 30 is, this is your first $10,000 worth of Cutco sold. All right. I want to help everybody sell their first $10,000 worth of Cutco, because when you sell 10,000, you make $2,000 in income. All right. Now, I know the date that I gave you guys was pretty specific, but that's just a month from now. I would love to see everybody on this call make their first $2,000 their first month on the job. Now, hey, feel free to hit it sooner. You're more than welcome to hit this as quickly as you want. All right. We have some people that hit this their first couple weeks on the job, right? Like Teresa, she's one of our assistant managers. She sold 10,000 her first 10 days on the job. So her first week and a half. All right. So you guys are more than welcome to hit it quicker. I just want to give you guys like a date by like the minimum. I would like to see you guys try to hit that number, right? We have Micah, right? He did it in 3 weeks. Hector, he just started 3 weeks ago. He's already over 10,000. I think he's almost at 15,000. All right. And he's only 17 and he's in high school still. Already made $3,000. All right. So you guys are more than welcome to hit it sooner. But it's just important that you stay engaged as we go throughout training and that you follow the program. All right. And the reason why we call it Dirty 30 is because once you hit 10,000, you start earning 30% of everything that you sell. And as you guys know, money is dirty. But I want you guys to get covered with as much of that dirt as possible. All right. So hit Dirty 30 as quickly as possible. All right. The fourth thing, you're going to hear me say this a lot today, is have fun. All right. So the fourth thing is make sure you guys have fun. We work hard and we play hard too. It's kind of hard not to have fun when you work with great people and all you do is just hang out with soccer moms and work from your room. It's kind of hard not to have fun. Like, that's your job. I want you guys to realize that. All right. So it's not too hard. So I want you guys to have a lot of fun. And another thing with having fun is just like, I want you guys to be you. All right. Don't do anything to try to impress me. Right. Like, you guys are going to notice I'm just going to be me. All right. Like, I don't put on a front for you guys or anything like that. Sometimes I might make jokes or make fun of you. It's not that I hate you. It's just, that's who I am. All right. So deal with it. So have fun, be yourself, and let's get through training together. All right. And then the fifth thing I want you guys to write down is I want to help you guys achieve all the perks. All right. So working with this company, there's a lot of perks out there that we have to offer. All right. So I want to help everybody achieve all the perks that Vector has to offer. So the first perk I would say is like the free stuff and the prizes. I already talked about that earlier today. All right. Earn all the free stuff, all the prizes. And basically, like, there's no secret. Like, I have a contest. It's called the Fast Start Contest. All right. The Fast Start Contest. This is the single most important contest of your career. Everybody on my team, they get so excited about this contest. You only have 10 days though. All right. It's your first 10 days on the job. And basically, yes, I'm motivating you through a bunch of free stuff to work harder. All right. Because if you work harder, you're going to hit your goals. You're going to make the money that you wanted to. And then you're going to be like, oh, I love this job. All right. Plus I got a bunch of free stuff with it. So I'm only going to tell you about it though, if you guys are excited. All right. The second perk you could write down is travel. Just by a show of hands. Has there been anywhere that somebody wants to travel? Yeah. All right. Like, I've always wanted to travel somewhere. Travel is a big part of our company. All right. So just so you guys have an idea on like some of the places that we go as a company, my first trip that the company paid for me was when I was in college. I was 18. They flew me out to New York. right, to go visit our factory. So our factory headquarters are in New York. Got to see chances to meet all the presidents, the CEOs of the company, see how all the products are made. And it was like a really cool experience. And I just remember telling my friends, like in school, like I was like, oh yeah, I'm leaving school early. Can you send me the notes? They're like, where are you going? I'm like, oh, my company's flying me out to New York. They're like, what? Why? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just kind of like a big deal, but I'll be back on Monday, like, or Tuesday. They're like, what? Like, that's sick. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm awesome. Right. And then what was really cool is like, once you see the factory, that's not the only reason you go out there. Like right across the street from our factory is Niagara Falls. Right. So I got a chance to go see Niagara Falls too. And then you walk across this bridge and then you're in Canada. Right. And I got a chance to go like visit Canada as well. So like I knocked all that out in 4 days. It was like such a fun trip. And that was my first trip that the company paid for everything. That was when I had my first filet mignon. Right. And I was like, what? How much for a piece of meat? All right, I'm down. Right. Like it was so much fun. Now my first like big company trip, we also have like really big, like week-long vacations that you guys can earn based off of your performance, was to Czech Republic. We went to Prague. So the company like flew us out to Prague and I got a chance to like see castles and all this stuff like that. That's a week-long vacation. Then after that, the next year we went to Costa Rica. We were in Costa Rica for a week at a resort. There was like monkeys and lemurs and all this stuff like that. It was really cool. We zip lined down a volcano. Like it was awesome. Right. Then the next one after that was, I'm having trouble remembering. Where was it after that? Costa Rica. Oh, Germany, I think. Yeah, it was Munich, Germany. And then we went to Cayman Islands. This year we went to Paris, France. And then next year, me, Brent, and Andrew, we're going to Spain. Right. So just to name a few places that we've gone to like Mexico a bazillion times, like Puerto Vallarta, Cabo, Cancun. It's just like right down the street. So why not go to the awesome beaches and eat tacos all day? All right. So like those are just some of the trips that you guys can earn. I'm not telling you guys this to brag or anything like that. I'm just letting you guys know like what's out there for you guys if you guys work hard and do your job well. All right. So this is what the President's Club looks like. All right, so the President's Club looks like this. So you get a certificate as well as like a framed letter of recommendation from the president of the company. All right, here's how much it takes to achieve the President's Club letter. These dates are not updated, so I got to make sure I update those later on. But it's for you guys, it's $10,000 for the summer. All right, so since you guys started in May, $10,000 until like August, the end of August for the summer to earn the President's Club letter, which everybody on here should be able to do that. Or it's like $8,000 between the months of June and August, and then it's $6,000 between the months of July and August. Okay. We also have scholarships. How many of you guys are students, by the way, or gonna be a college student? Great. So it seems like most of you guys. So we have scholarships. So this way you guys can get some free money for school. I'm always down for extra money, right? So the top 50 students during the summertime can win these scholarships. And these scholarships help you pay for different school expenses, whether it be books, classes, supplies, different things like that. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about before I get to the formula of success is just like the advancement opportunities. So another perk I guess I would mention is like our highest commission levels, right? We have a whole team of Cutco sales professionals. All right, so you'll hear me say like something called CSP or a field sales manager, which stands for FSM. These guys are more like career representatives. They make 50% of whatever they sell. All right, so just to give you guys an example, like Daniel Reeder, he's our number one rep in our office right now. He sold $8,000 last week. You do the math. He made $4,000 for the week. Not too shabby, right? And he does the same job as you guys. He just hangs out with moms and shows them kitchen stuff. Right. So it's not too bad of a gig. All right. Now, once again, this is what you can build up to, right? Like Daniel Reeder didn't just get there overnight, right? He mastered his fundamentals, worked really hard when he started and advanced. All right. Then I know there's some of you guys that are like natural born leaders on here, right? Like, and I start looking, by the way, for like my leadership roles right here in training, right? Like I'm looking at like people like Haley or Kirsten or Christina, right? Like I'm like, dude, these people could like I don't even know them yet, but they kind of look like leaders already. Right. So, and everybody, I'm like looking at all of you guys, right? Like who's going to be the next person that earns a leadership position in my office? right? So my first level of leadership is assistant manager. All right. So I guess you could write down assistant manager in training as the first level. All right. The fastest I've ever promoted somebody to assistant manager in training is in 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. All right. That was Joseph Badawa. All right. He sold 10,000 in his fast start. Plus he was just like a leader. He helped out the team and he was always looking at like how he could get better. He just had insane work ethic. So what I'm looking for when I'm promoting people into these leadership position is I'm looking at your work ethic and your attitude mainly. All right, not necessarily like how much you sell or anything like that. It's never based off of that. It's always work ethic and attitude. All right, so basically that's where you start like becoming like you start training to become an assistant manager. So it's like a training role. I got to make sure it's going to be a good fit for you. You got to make sure it's going to be a good fit for yourself as well. So that's the first level. Then you get promoted to become an assistant manager. All right, now my assistant managers are kind of like my business partners. All right, so they're assigned an office day and they run and help me run the office. And basically they're learning how to run their own business. And assistant managers, they get paid 2 ways. They get paid off of their sales, of course, but then they also get paid off of the office's success. Is everybody familiar with like stocks and becoming like a shareholder, right? When you become a shareholder, you own a piece of the company, right? Tiny piece, but you own a piece of the company, right? So that's kind of like how my assistant managers are in my business. So they own they kind of get a percentage off of what the office is doing, which is pretty cool. So they get paid both ways. And the more our office grows, the better it does, the more they get a chance to make and save. And then after that, we have the branch manager opportunity. It's usually 3 to 4 months during your summer break. That one's mainly for college students where you run your own office just for the summertime. What's really cool about being a branch is you get 50%, like straight up. Like, doesn't mean it, even if you didn't earn that 50% promotion as a representative, you make 50% during the summer as a branch manager. Also, you get a chance to qualify and come on these company trips with me, right? So like we have lots of branch managers. I think of like AJ. He came with me to Costa Rica, and that was like so much fun just seeing one of my branches get a chance to win that week-long vacation as well. Then after that, we have something called district manager. All right. So district manager, that is my job. All right. So district manager, this is more of a career position. Usually someone that is done with all their schooling or they're not going to college. So like me, like I'm a college dropout. I'm sorry. All right. So I'm a college dropout. So I dropped out when I was 21 as a business major, and I decided to just run my own business full time. Right. And I've been doing that ever since I was 21. And what I love about being a district manager is like I'm still in control of my schedule, right? I work when I want. I've never had to miss like a family party or any like family events or anything like that. And I'm also in control of my income, right? Which is really cool as well. Also, as a district manager, you automatically qualify for those company trips. So like that week-long vacation, you get those every single year, so that doesn't suck. You get a bunch of cool bonuses, and you get a free BMW. So that doesn't hurt either. All right. Then after a district manager, then we have division manager. All right. So you guys can write this down as DVM. So division manager, you get abbreviated as DVM. Our division manager, his name is Evan Keller. All right. So that's a name that you guys definitely want to be familiar with. So Evan Keller, he runs the South Coast division of Vector. All right, which is everything from San Diego County, Inland Empire, Las Vegas, and Henderson, Nevada areas, right? So that's my boss, right? He's the guy that kind of like whenever I do want to promote somebody, I got to run it by him as well, right? And he's part of that process. So that's Evan Keller. All right, now after that is our region manager position. All right, so our region manager is Dan Cassetta. Dan Cassetta. And we're part of the Western region for Vector Marketing, which is all of the West Coast from Alaska, Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, parts of Arizona, Hawaii, Guam. All right, that's all part of the Western region. All right, and then we have our CEO and our president of the company, and his name is Bruce Goodman. All right, Bruce Goodman. All right. And Bruce, he started off just like you guys in 1979, going to Vanderbilt University. And he worked his way up to the top. So one thing I want you guys to notice about all of our leadership positions is nobody was hired from any outside companies or outside sources. We only hire from within. So everybody starts off selling knives. They work their way up to the top. All right. So that's one of my favorite things, because you could talk to the CEO of the company and he knows exactly how to do your job, right? He knows exactly what you're going through. He didn't come from just some other company, or he just didn't know something. He didn't just like know somebody and got into the role. So there's no politics here. You just work hard and you get promoted. All right. Cool. So go ahead and write this down. The formula for success. So the formula for success, it always starts here in training. So the first thing for the formula for success is make sure you guys take great notes. All right. So I can see most of you guys are already crushing that. All right. So I appreciate it. Sometimes I do start talking fast. So just try to keep up the best you can. You don't need to write down every word that I'm saying, but just get down some of the key things. Most of the key stuff I want you guys to write down are going to be on the slides. And then like when I play some of the videos, you'll see like pop-ups, or you'll see Drew Frank right on this whiteboard. That's probably going to be pretty important as well. The second thing is don't be distracted. All right. So don't be distracted. So this is probably one of the biggest ones. Put a star next to this one, because we're all at home, right? So working at home, there could be a lot of distractions. Would you guys agree? Yeah, right. Like I have like a puppy that you guys might just hear just start barking and going crazy or something like that, right? That could be a distraction. But the biggest distraction I'm talking about is this guy right here, your phones. So make sure like you flip your phone upside down, turn off your notifications, put it on silent, vibrate. And I want to challenge you, right? Like I trust all of you guys. I can't obviously like monitor what you guys are doing, but I trust that you guys are all going to be taking this training serious enough to succeed, right? So trust me, there will be breaks to check your Snapchats and your IGs and all that stuff like that. But just try to make sure you're focused as we're going throughout the training. All right. The third thing is I want you guys to work twice as hard. All right. Work twice as hard. I know everybody planned on coming in here and working hard, right? I know no one's like, hey, I'm going to show up to training and really suck, right? No, I know that's not the goal. But whatever effort that you guys were thinking you're going to put in, I want you guys to double it. All right. Double the effort. Just curious, I'm going to use a lot of sports reference. How many athletes or former athletes do I have on here? All right. We got Jaden. All right, cool. Perfect. So those of you guys that don't do sports, hang with me. All right. I use lots of sports references. All right. But I view training a lot like preseason for sports, right? The harder you work in preseason and practice, right? Your coaches always say practice how you play, right? The harder you work in preseason, the easier the game is going to be for you, right? You feel like the game slows down when you're really prepped, right? We've all gone into seasons before where we're like super conditioned, you're prepped, you're ready, and the game felt slow. It felt easy. But we've also gone into seasons where we weren't prepared. Everything feels fast. You feel lost. You feel out of breath. You're tired, right? So view it like that. So work twice as hard in training. It's just going to make the job 10 times easier for you. What if the effort that you guys put into these next 2 days of training could help set you up to be financially free and sound for the next 3 to 5 years of your life? Right? What if I said like the rest of your life? Now, obviously I can't guarantee that for everybody, but I know that's what happened for me. As soon as I started treating this job serious and worked it like a professional, I started getting paid like a professional. So I haven't had to worry about money since I was 19, which I think is a very big deal. And don't worry, guys, like I get it. I've been to college broke and I've been to college with money. Which one do you think is way more fun? With money, right? Yes, I was that college kid, right? When like my buddies would ask like, hey, you want to go to Buffalo Wild Wings after class? And I'd be like, hold on, let me check my bank account, right? Have you guys seen that Kevin Hart joke where he's like, oh, the way that my bank account's set up and I got to transfer? Yeah, that was me, right? Like I remember that. I'm like, oh, no, I can't, not today. Right? Or like I remember going to the gas pump, right, and only having $20 in my account, making sure the gas pump stops like right at $15. So this way I had $5 left to go get like tacos and a drink at Jack in a Box or something like that, right? So I've been both ways. when you have money, now here's what I always talk about money. It doesn't make you happy. All right. You can make tons of money. It doesn't make you happy, but it does provide freedom, right? Freedom to do all the things that you want to do when you want to do them, help out the people that you want to help when you want to help them, and so on and so forth like that. So that's like my view on money. So it's like, it's not a happiness tool, but it is a freedom tool. All right. Now I want to remind everybody, like, this isn't school either. All right. I know a lot of you guys are students, right? And we get stuck in the school mindset of learning where you're like, all right, I'm just going to take notes, learn enough, get the key points so I can pass the test. No, this is life. All right. Like school, you can go through the motions and get a report card. I did that for 3 years of college, or for my whole life, basically. Right. But this is life. Everything I'm going to teach you guys here is going to be directly to impact your paycheck. There's not going to be any busy work. I'm going to teach you guys things to help you guys make more income. And I also want you guys to know I'm 100% commission based on as well. I only get paid is if my team succeeds. Right. So that's why I run my training. I noticed probably didn't interview anybody on here, maybe like one or two of you. Most of my assistant managers run all my interviews. Right. That's important, but I'll never let them run my training. All right. I love them to death, but training's like my baby. Like this is where like I put all my energy and all my focus, because if I train all my representatives properly, they're going to succeed at the job. And when they succeed, they're going to hit their goals, and then they're going to love working with our company. All right. So I put everything in the training. So I only do well if you guys do well. There's no secret. All right. Cool. So let's talk about your first weekend a little bit. All right. So this weekend, I want you guys to space out as much time as possible this weekend. So this way you guys can do as many appointments as possible. All right. I want you guys to try to do as many appointments your first weekend on the job. Right. Here's what I always tell my new team members is you want to try to do twice as many appointments than you're planning, or like twice the amount of work like in your first weekend than you like want to typically do for the job. Right. So if you're someone that are like, oh, I'd probably like to do like 5 to 7 appointments every single week for the job. Right. You probably should focus on like 10 to 14 appointments your first weekend. Right. If you want to do like 10 appointments every single week, you probably should try to do 20 your first weekend on the job. You want to try to double the amount of effort your first weekend. All right. And the reason why you want to double that effort is because it's going to help you build your sales quicker. It's going to build your confidence and your referrals a lot faster. Now, the second part of this is the appointment expectations that I have for you guys. And you'll hear me call them appointments or demos. It means the same thing. So I want you guys to write this down. The minimum appointments I want you guys to shoot for this weekend is 7 appointments completed. All right, 7 is the bare minimum I want you guys to shoot for this weekend. Next is 7 demos completed. I want you guys to draw an equal sign. All right, because 7 demos is going to equal to you selling about $1,000 worth of Cutco. So you can just put 7 demos equals $1,000 sold. And then draw another equal sign next to that, which equals your first promotion. And then another equal sign, which equals earning $100 or more in income this weekend. All right, so that's the bare minimum I want anybody shooting for this weekend. All right. Now the standard though, all right, so on the next line, this is kind of like the standard. All right, this is what I'm sure most of you guys are probably going to shoot for your first weekend. And this is what most people on our team do their first weekend is 10 appointments. All right, so write down 10 demos equals selling somewhere between $1,000 to $3,000 worth of Cutco, which equals your first or your second promotion, which equals earning $100 to $400 or more in income this weekend. All right, so 10 demos equals $1,000 to $3,000 sold, equals your first or your second promo, which equals earning $100 to $400 in income this weekend. All right, now I do understand I have some ballers on here. All right, you guys will see me use my money button a lot. All right, I do understand I have some ballers. So for those of you guys that are like ballers, are like, John, show me the real money. All right, write this down. 15 demos. So 15 demos is going to equal you being somewhere around like $3,000 to $6,000 sold. So $3,000 to $6,000 sold, which equals your second or your third promotion, which equals earning $400 to $1,000 or more this weekend. All right, so 15 demos equals selling somewhere between $3,000 to $6,000. Your second or your third promo, which is $400 to $1,000 sold. So how do you guys think I know that, by the way? I'm assuming I can see your guys' lips moving, but you're all muted. All right, but yeah, I did it, right? Like my first weekend on the job, my manager was like, hey, just do 10 appointments and you're going to crush it. So I was like, okay, cool. I did 10 appointments. I sold $2,000 my first weekend, made like $300 my first weekend on the job, right? But this is also what happens every single week in my office. So you guys heard me use some of those examples earlier, right? Like Tate, he did like 12 appointments, sold $3,000 last week. Yeah, pretty much everybody did 10 appointments, was somewhere around like $2,000 to $3,000 last week. Okay. Now, don't worry if you have like a crazy schedule or like you have a lot going on this weekend. Just talk to me one-on-one. We'll make an alternate plan. All right. So no worries. All right. But the thing that's going to help you out with this is going to be your phone calls. All right. So tonight I'm going to teach you guys how to make phone calls, which is probably like the most important part. And we're going to make some phone calls here like together, right? Just because it's going to, one thing you're going to notice, we have a super supportive environment. All right. And our objective tonight is going to be to schedule our best 5 customers. All right. So our best 5 customers, you'll hear me talk about that a lot today in training, and making phone calls. This was something I was super nervous about at first because I was shy, right? I did not like talking on the phone, but I overcame that fear, like working with my team, and you guys are going to notice it's going to be super simple, super easy to do. And I'm going to help you guys with that. And I'll be there with you guys every step of the way throughout that process. All right. But at first it's going to feel like you're making a ton of calls, which I understand is not the most fun thing to be doing, but it's necessary to build your foundation. All right. And once your foundation's built, we have a really cool system where you'll hear me say, do one, book one. Every time you do a demo, just book a demo, right? Do one, book one. You'll hear me say that a ton. All right. Now, I want you guys to write this down. Best 5 customers. So best 5 customers. So no matter how many appointments you guys do this weekend, the only thing that matters is that you show your best 5 customers first. The only thing that matters is that you show your best 5 customers first this weekend. So these are the 5 people who you know that will most likely buy. Now, obviously, we don't know who's going to buy Cutco, but you want to put yourself in the best position possible. All right. So this weekend is about building your confidence. So I just want to remind everybody, this weekend is not for practice. All right. This weekend is not for practice. It's for your confidence. Because think about it. Right. Yesenia, how do you think you're going to feel when you get your first sale this weekend? You're going to feel amazing. Right. You're going to feel awesome. And if any of you guys are anything like me, like when I got my first sale, even though my first appointment went terrible, but when I got that first sale, I felt amazing. I was like, yes, I can do this. Everyone's going to buy. Oh, like I just felt like incredible, right? Like I felt confident, right? I was like, I'm the best. I'm the best at this. I'm going to crush everybody, right? So that confidence carried over into my next appointment, right? And then when I got the second sale, right? And then I carried over into the next one and the next one. So that's the main thing I want to make sure you guys are in the position, the best position possible to get your first sale this weekend, all right? Now, attitude is everything. Your attitude is everything. You're going to have good days. You're also going to have bad days. As long as you have 2 good days per week, you're going to be one of my top representatives on the team. All right. As long as you have 2 good days per week, you'll be one of our top performers. You can't expect every day to be a big sales day. Usually your best days come after the worst. Have you guys ever noticed that in life, right? Like a bunch of bad stuff happens and then something good happens, right? I don't know why the world works like this. I wish it didn't, but that's just how it is, right? So usually like after all the bad demos or the no sales, usually something good's going to happen, or that's where you're going to get your biggest sale. All right. So your biggest sales always come after the no sales, and bad days are good. Actually, we don't even call them bad days in our office anymore. I want you guys to change your mindset a little bit. All right. We call them character building days. So like, let's say you have a challenging day. We're just like, oh, cool. I built some character today. Because would you guys agree that we probably learn the most from the most challenging situations? Yeah, because if everything was easy, first of all, everybody would do it if it was easy. And the second thing is, if everything was easy, you wouldn't learn anything, right? We learn the most from the challenges. So when you have a bad day, just call it like, all right, cool. I built some character today. I learned some stuff. All right. And it just means you're getting closer to a great day. The difference between my average reps and my great reps in my office is just how they react to those challenging days. Right? But nothing's going to replace your hard work, of course. So nothing replaces hard work. And this is what I really pride myself on. And I think this is what our team prides ourselves on. All right. You can ask anybody on our team. We might not be the most talented. However, we work the hardest. Right. You guys have always heard like the phrase, I'm sure, right? Like hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work. Right. So, and then if you're talented and you work hard, that's how you have some really amazing and special things happen for you. All right. So that's what we really pride ourselves in the East Riverside district is we work really hard. Right. And it's about your performance, not the results. One thing you guys are going to notice is I don't really care how much Cutco you guys sell. Because here's the thing, we sell a lot of it. Last week we sold over $30,000 worth of Cutco. All right, so I already know you guys are going to sell Cutco. It's the best product in the history of the universe. All right, so I don't really care how much you guys sell, but more so what I care about is how you show up, right? Are you giving your best, right? So that's mainly what I judge people off of two things: is their work ethic and their attitude. All right, if you work hard and you have a great attitude, I'm going to love working with you. All right, so as long as you guys worked hard, you should feel good regardless of whatever the result is. All right, so let me teach you guys how to sell Cutco very quickly. All right, these are the 4 keys to selling Cutco. All right, so go ahead and title the next section this. The 4 keys to selling Cutco. The first one is follow the manual. Follow the manual. So today I'm going to give you guys access to your training manuals, and these manuals are perfect. All right. All I want you guys to do is just follow it, like literally like read it word for word. All right. Follow the manual. The company's been around for 70 years. We've had this manual for about 50 of those years, and it's like always getting developed and improved. But it was written by like the top 3 representatives in company history. So if you just read the manual word for word exactly perfect, you're going to sound like one of the top representatives in company history. Now, if you read the manual and you start to learn it, you're going to start performing at a higher level. And then once you internalize this thing, you're going to eventually be one of our top representatives the company's ever seen. All right. The manual is great. Now, underneath follow the manual, I want you guys to write this down. No eye contact. Yes, I said that. No eye contact. For your first 10 appointments at least. I know your whole life you've been told make eye contact when you talk to people. But eye contact is actually a misconception, especially in sales, right? Because we have a really great product. So we don't really want the customers focused on us. We don't want them focused on like our screens or anything like that. We want them focused on the products and everything like that. And also eye contact can come across pressury, right? Like for instance, like you guys have all been in class before, right? And it feels like the teacher is like looking dead at you. And then all of a sudden you sit up straight and you're like, am I supposed to do something? Like, what is he looking at? Is there something on my face, right? So when you just stare somebody down, like imagine if I ran training just staring at Ashley like this. She's going to feel like a little weird, right? She's going to feel a little weird and a little pressured, all right? Eye contact can just pressure somebody just right there at first glance. If you just stare somebody down, that's not cool, All right. So I don't want you guys making too much eye contact. All right. The other reason why I don't want you guys making eye contact is if you're staring at your customers, guess what you're not following? Your manual. Right. So would your customer rather have a smooth salesperson that's like really good with looking at them and making anything up, or would they rather have the correct information? Correct information, right? So that's why it's so important. All right. So just stick to the manual, follow the manual, because that's how you're going to learn the manual. All right. And like I told you guys, my first appointments were terrible. When I did my appointment with my grandma, and actually, well, pretty much everybody my first year on the job, this is how they looked. And then I only looked up when I was like, you want to get it? That's literally all I did my first year on the job. And why do you think I didn't stop? Because it worked. I was like, cool, this is awesome. This is so easy. I just got to read it, right? And then I look up and smile and they get it. It worked every single time. So I was like, I'm not going to change it. I probably read my manual like that for my first year and a half on the job. But guess what ended up happening in that process? I learned it. So eventually, like, I had the whole manual memorized, right? And then the manual eventually became me, right? So at first it's going to feel weird reading from a script, but when you do it enough times, it becomes you, right? So focus on reading the manual word for word perfectly. Also, the manual builds up the proper value for the customers, all right? So it builds up the value, all right? And the only time people will ever buy anything, doesn't matter what it is if there's value built up in it. So just make sure you just stick to the manual. Focus on reading it at least 10 times word for word, perfect, no eye contact, all that good stuff, all right? And don't worry, there's a line in the manual that says, hey, Mrs. Jones, I'm brand new. Is it okay if I read from my manual? All right, so don't worry. Like, you ask them permission to read your manual. No one's ever going to be like, heck no. You better have this correct, Kiana. All right, like no one knows. All right, so just follow the manual. The second key to selling a lot of Cutco is you got to make sure you show all the food cutting videos with energy. All right, so when you show these videos, you got to make sure you have energy. You guys have been in classes before where you went through like a lecture and you have like this monotone teacher and you're just like, dude, shut up. You're putting me to sleep. Yeah, don't be that guy. All right, like make sure you have some energy. Make sure you have some passion. All right, so bring some excitement. Ask your customers questions. Keep them involved when you're showing the videos, right? That is not like don't shortcut the videos. The number one mistake a lot of new representatives do, they try to cut corners in the presentation. So like, oh, I'm going to just not talk in this video. All right, I'm going to skip past that video. No, you got to make sure you show all the videos. And you guys will understand why as we get into the presentation today. All right, the third thing is you got to have fun. Oh, I said that again. That must be important. All right, so you got to have fun with it. All right, here's the thing, guys. It's not that serious. All right, I want you guys to relax a little bit as well. All right, like it's not that serious. All we do is sell knives. All right, we're not selling like a life insurance that's gonna like destroy someone's life or something like that. I don't know. All right, it's like not that serious. Like relax a little bit, loosen up, have fun with it. All right, so that's why it's so important to be yourself. All right, just be yourself, because customers are gonna naturally buy more if they like you. That's just human nature. All right. And buying Cutco, actually just buying anything, right? I want you guys to think about like when you guys go shopping, I want you guys to realize that is an emotional experience, just going shopping, right? Like has anybody ever gone shopping after a bad day and you notice like nothing fits you? Everything's ugly. You can't find anything on the shelves. You're like, why? I don't want to be here right now. Right? But have you ever been shopping after a good day or a great day? It could be dangerous, right? Because now you're like, oh, I just ate like 2 hours ago. Like this is gonna fit me like later. Oh, that's gonna fit me one day. Oh, this shirt looks awesome, but I have no shoes to match. Now I got to go get shoes or yeah, right. So next thing you know, like if you're having a really great day, you got some extra money, you got a bonus or something like that. It could be dangerous. You could go way over budget. All right. So that's why it's so important to have fun with it, especially having fun with your customers, making sure you connect with them, be yourself. And also what I mean by like being yourself, like if you're funny, it's okay to crack jokes. Go ahead and crack jokes with your customers and laugh. All right. But if you're not funny, just don't try, please. All right. So like you got to just know yourself. You got to have some self-awareness. All right. So just have fun with it. It's not that serious. All right. And then the fourth key to selling a lot of Cutco is make sure you call the office for great deals. All right. So like I told you guys earlier, like we don't want to sell anybody anything full price this weekend. And here's the thing, like even though I know you guys are doing like practice appointments and your customers don't have to buy, I've been doing this a long time. Everyone's going to love Cutco. It's the best product in the history of the universe. So when they are ready to buy, I want you guys to call me, right? Like don't try to sell grandma something at full retail price. That is not what we're trying to do here. We want to hook grandma up with the best stuff ever. All right. So like I remember like selling like products to like my mom and my grandma. They really appreciated it. Even though they told me they weren't going to buy, right? They really appreciated it. Like when I called in to get them really great deals. They're like, oh, see, like my mom was so proud of me. She's like, see, I raised you right. We always buy things on sale. Right. And she was, yeah, like people are going to have fun with it. They're going to have a lot of fun this weekend. Okay. So call the office a ton. All right. Now I got a couple office rules and then we'll get into the training manual. All right. So the first office rule is Zoom etiquette. All right. So please have your screens on during the training part. All right. So as we're going throughout training, please have your screens on. This is how I know if you're paying attention and if you're engaged. All right. So that is like anytime we do events, you always want to make sure you have your screen on. The other part of like Zoom etiquette, you guys saw in my email, I had like some things in there, right? Like you want to make sure like you get in the spot where you're like in good lighting. You don't want to look like those like shadow guys and like the documentaries that don't want to show their face, right? You want to make sure you have like as little distractions as possible behind you. Let's say you do need to get up for a second, or like you needed to stretch your legs or run to the restroom really quick. You always want to put your video, like turn your video off whenever you leave the room. All right. If you typically like as respect, you want to keep yourself muted unless like you're going to be like asking a question or unless you're chiming in for something like that. But if you notice, like I don't care if you guys are unmuted as long as you don't have crazy loud background noise. I will mute you guys like if I notice like it's loud in the background or something like that. But just stuff like that, right? And like here's the other thing. I want you guys to also learn these skills because the world has just changed, whether you guys have realized it or not, right? Like I know our business, we're going to continue, even once things are like lifted, we're going to continue doing more stuff virtually, right? Like now, like we're thinking about it, we're like, it doesn't make sense. Like, why do we do it like that, right? So like a lot of other businesses are changing as we speak right now. So you want to know these skill sets. That way you're prepared for future things as well. All right. The second thing is your dress code. All right. So I always say you want to dress to impress, whether you're in your room or not, right? You want to look sharp. Our attire is business casual, so professional, but still comfortable. And what I mean by like professional, like business casual, like for guys, like a polo shirt is fine. Like that is like the lowest that you want to trim down. Ladies, usually you guys are better at this than guys. You guys actually do like research on what business casual is. I just have to make sure the guys know this because they'll come in with a tank top and they're like, yeah, this is professional. I have a shirt on, right? Or something like that. So just make sure you guys, like, if you don't know what business casual is, just look it up on Instagram. There's a lot of cool like pages that help you out with that. All right. The third thing is positive expectations. So positive expectations while you're working with me. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're probably right. So you might as well get in the mindset of like thinking you can do most things. All right. I never want anybody saying like I can't do something until they've tried everything to try to get it done. Right? Just start going more on that mindset. Right? Also, what I mean by like positive expectations, most negative things start off with like the question like what if. You guys will learn very quickly. I'm not a big fan of what if questions. You could ask me like, John, what if nobody buys anything from me? I'm always going to fire back with like, what if everybody buys? Right? There's always two ways of thinking about a situation, right? And ideally, we want to choose the positive way. There's so much negativity out there in the world, right? Like it's so hard for me to go on social media because there's always like, oh, we're going to die. There's giant hornets now. And I don't know. There's always something, right? So just be positive, right? And while you guys are working with my office, and any of our group chats or our group calls is only going to be positivity. I don't let any negativity stay. I cannot stand, like, I know we all know like somebody that's super negative, right? We all have our standards in life, but I don't want you guys being one of those people. All right. So we want to create a supportive environment. If you are a negative person just by nature, no harm against you. Just while you're here, positivity only. All right. You can keep your negativity once you jump off the Zoom call. Okay. So positive atmosphere. All right. The fourth thing is write down your questions and utilize the chat box. Okay. So as we go throughout training, I understand some of you guys still have lots of questions. All right. So more so what I'm talking about is I want to keep questions on task. So on task, meaning, let's say I'm talking about the knives. That probably wouldn't be the best time to ask me like, hey, when do I get paid? Right. So like, let's just keep questions on task. Because if you guys have seen it happen in classes where like one person asks an off topic question, then the next thing you know, you get out of class late. All right. So just so we can keep training rolling, save those questions for me for like on the breaks. I'm more than happy to answer them for you. Right. So just ask me on like the break if you have an off topic question, or post it in the group chat right there below, or next to you. Me or Andrew or Brent will be happy to help you guys out with those answers in the chat box. But if there's a question on like what I'm talking about, feel free to ask it like out loud. I'm totally fine with that, just as long as it's on topic. All right. And then the fifth thing is communication is key. All right. So communication is super key, especially with this work from home position. We got to have strong communication. All right. And here's the thing. I cannot work with people that don't communicate with me properly. Our team is just too big. We have way too much going on, and there's no like physical location where you guys can just come and check in and whatnot. So I need you guys to help me out with like the communication part. This is just so important. So that way I can help you guys. And also, like, if you guys need help with something or you're not understanding something, please let me know. All right. So please let me know, because I can't help you. Like, if you don't tell me anything, I assume everything's good. Right. But that's like a part of communication. And a lot of our work communication is going to go through WhatsApp. Okay. So through WhatsApp, I'll have you guys download that in a second. And then we'll have like a training group chat just for like your training class. We'll create that tomorrow, most likely. And then, or we'll create that tonight. And then you guys can communicate to us through WhatsApp. All right. And then the sixth thing is learn from your mistakes. Okay. Learn from your mistakes. So I'm totally fine with mistakes. All right. Let's make lots of mistakes. Actually, I want to encourage more mistakes. All right. So make a ton of mistakes, especially your first weekend. Make a lot of mistakes. However, when you make them, just make sure you learn from them. All right. Please don't be that person that makes the same mistake every single day. All right. That's annoying. All right. But like, I'm totally fine. Like, you guys are going to see me make mistakes. All right. I'm still learning as well. So like, I'm learning every single day, every single training class. So I might make mistakes as well, but we want to make sure we create a supportive environment where it's okay to make mistakes as long as we learn and improve from them. Okay, cool. So I'm going to have everybody download WhatsApp really quickly. So you guys can pull out your phones real quick. Go ahead and download the WhatsApp. All right. Once you have WhatsApp downloaded, message your manager. Okay. So if you are in my office, in the East Riverside office, you're going to message me directly, and you'll just use our phone numbers right here. So this is my personal number, 951-321-9531. If you're in Andrew's office, in Palm Springs, message him directly, 760-238-3337. And then if you're in Brent's office, message him directly, 909-809-7843. You guys need me to put that back up there, actually? There we go. Okay, cool. So yeah, please send us a please send us a message. All right. So I think everybody got that down. All right, the next thing. So we are going to use your phones throughout training today. They're going to be pretty important. Yes, Elena. Unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, can you go back to your phone number?
951-321-9531.
Sorry, just one more time.
951-321-9531.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, cool. So you guys, so on your phones, all right, so most of you guys should be on Zoom on a computer. If you're not on a computer, then you need to find another platform to pull up your manual, okay? So if you don't have like another platform that you guys can use, that's totally fine to use your phones. But ideally, I would like you guys to have like a computer and a phone handy or a tablet or something like that. But the next site we're going to go to is we're going to go to myvectordemo.com. So myvectordemo.com. Andrew will post that in the chat box. And my vector demo should look like this. So again, myvectordemo.com. We're going to get down a couple things. So the first thing I'm going to have you guys write down, you're going to need to write this down in your notes, but see right here where it says advanced training. All right, advanced training number 1 is going to be on Monday. On Monday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So advanced training 1 will be on Monday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So advanced training 1 is Monday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. All right. So after these 2 days of training, we're going to have 2 short advanced trainings that are going to be spaced out throughout your first week on the job. And these are going to be to continue to help you guys like grow and improve and continue to learn some new skill sets. And now I'm going to be able to teach you in those advanced trainings based off of your personal experiences doing your first weekend. So that's why we do it like that. All right. Now, advanced training 2 will be on Wednesday. So advanced training 2 is going to be on Wednesday from 7 p.m. to 7:45. All right, 7 p.m. to 7:45. All right. And then where it says weekly team meeting, our team meetings are every Wednesday. So every Wednesday from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. So every Wednesday from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. All right, anybody need me to repeat any of those? So you'll notice that advanced training 2 is going to start right after the team meeting. Okay. So usually at our team meetings, we'll have like a phone jam like prior to the team meeting, like right before that, to kind of like kick it off. So that way you guys have time to schedule some appointments. But every week. All right. So that's like the only event like I require you guys to be at every single week. Okay. All right, cool. So this is your guys' training manual. So this website is where you guys will access the training manual at all times. All right. Also, I know I might have some like Spanish speakers, or a lot of you guys might do a lot of your appointments in Spanish, in Espanol. Right here, if you click on this, it'll have like the Spanish translation of all this stuff. So that way you guys can do your appointments in Spanish as well. Any other like information that you guys need from the company, you're going to find that right there. Okay. So this is your training manual. This is probably like your number one most important part of your job on the day to day. Just making sure you guys stick to this and you can start to learn your manual. All right. So let's scroll down to right here where it says tips for your demos. So as we go throughout the training manual, I'm going to need your guys' help. Like with reading, I'm going to call on you guys to help me out with like reading certain sections. So, but the tips for your demo: follow the manual, show qualified customers, and have fun. All right. So just make sure you guys are following along with me, and I want to get a thumbs up. Is everybody seeing the exact same thing that I have up here? Okay, great. Now, actually, while we're still in your notes, I'm going to have you guys write this website down. It's called yourcutcodemo.com. So yourcutcodemo.com. All right. So yourcutcodemo.com. So this is the customer's platform. All right. So your manual is your site. Yourcutcodemo.com is what the customers are seeing. So you guys don't need to go to it, but I'll have it up here, right here. So this is what like your customer's website will look like. And then this is your manual, right? And in your manual, you'll see there's pictures of the customer site. So that way you guys know where they're at and how to stay along with it. All right. Now, when you guys do your demos, there's 3 ways that you guys can do these. Okay. So the first way, ideally, I would like to see everybody do it is through Zoom, kind of like exactly what we're doing right here. So I would like for everybody to make a Zoom account. It's free to make as long as you're doing a presentation with one person. All right. You have unlimited time to do that presentation as long as it's just with one person. All right. If you add somebody else on, you're limited to 40 minutes. All right. But free as long as you're just doing the presentation with one person. But if you added like multiple people on the Zoom call, then you're only limited to 40 minutes. Okay. So ideally, I want you guys to do it through Zoom, because with Zoom, you guys can share your screen with your customer, like what I'm doing with you guys. So that way you guys can just control the presentation for the customer. So that way, like the less things that the customer has to do, the more they can focus and engage with you. All right. And then, so you would share your screen on a computer with your customer, and then you would just follow with your manual on your phone. All right. So you guys will notice like the manual is pretty phone friendly, and everything like that. The second way you could do this is you could have your customer go to the customer website, and then you FaceTime, Zoom, Facebook, Skype, some type of video chat with them. Bless you, Elena. So you could do some type of like video chat with them and have them on their website, and then you could just keep your manual on your computer. Okay. So those are like the 2 ways that you guys could do it. The third way is like if they just don't have, like maybe it's grandma, she doesn't know how to work FaceTime or whatever yet. You could just do a phone call with them and then have them go to this website, the customer website, and then you just follow along on your manual on your computer. Okay. So those are the 3 ways that you guys can present this to your customers. Now let's say you're like, well, John, I want to do a presentation with my mom and dad and I live with them. Cool. You guys can still do it. You're still going to use this same exact like websites, right? If you guys have 2 computers, have them go onto the customer site, and then you just have your manual on your end. Or if you have 1 computer, just have the customer site on the computer and just follow along on your manual right next to them on your phone. All right. So that's how you guys can do that. But let's go over some of these tips for your demos. So I'm going to start calling on some of you guys to help me out with reading these. Elena, I see you first on my screen. So I'm going to have you read the first 3 bullet points for us. Unmute yourself.
Okay. Send confirmation email ASAP. Send reminder text the morning of the demos. Send the website link 5 minutes before the demo starts. Always ask your customers to be in their homes for the demo, not from Starbucks. Act. When do you want me to stop?
Just the first 3.
Oh, sorry. I went on to number 4.
No worries. All right. Jaden, I'm going to have you go ahead and read the next 3.
Okay. Since you read the 4th one, I'll do the 5th. Best to see husband and wives together, no husbands alone. That's smart. Smile, be energetic, be the highlight of their day, and collect stories and testimonials from past customers.
Perfect. Haley, go ahead and read the next 3 for us.
Stay in control of your demo. Confirm every 1 to 2 slides that they're on the same page as you are. Ask what slide are you on, or did you see the blank? If a customer asks for prices in the middle of your demo, say, I don't want to give away the end of the movie. I'll go over the prices at the end. Smile, be patient if there are any technical issues.
Perfect. All right. I'm going to pause right there for a second. So I just want to recap a couple of these ones, right? So there's going to be a confirmation email after your phone scripts, and I'll show you guys that later on today. But always ask your customers to be in their home for the demo, right? So you want to make sure your customers like are in a solid place, just like how you guys are all for training. Never do an appointment if your customer's driving, or like the reason why we had to put not from Starbucks, like we had a customer in the drive-through trying to like do the demo with the representative, and they're like, oh, hold on, can I get a grande white chocolate? Yeah, no. Right. So you want to make sure like that they're in a solid location, because if they're moving around and trying to do other stuff and multitasking, do you think they're really going to be paying attention and see the full value of the presentation? Probably not. All right. And then it's best to show the husbands and wives together. All right. Because nowadays, here's why. There's a couple reasons for this. Right. First, obvious one is like, so that this way they can make the decision together. Right. The second one is like, we don't know who does most of the cooking, right? And like who's into the kitchen products anymore, right? Like way back in the day, it was like everybody assumed the wife, but now some husbands cook more than the wives, right? Or sometimes they both do the cooking in the household. And you also never know who's like the lead bread earner in the house, right? It could be the wife, could be the husband, but you want to make sure the decision maker's there. So it just eliminates that like objection, like, oh, I need to ask my wife, she does all the cooking, or I need to ask my husband, or so on and so forth like that. But never see husbands alone. That's like the big one. Can anyone guess why you never want to see husbands alone? Because they're lame, right? They're just going to be like, uh-huh, yeah, okay. What'd you say? Oh, yeah. So you just want to make sure, see husbands and wives together, right? Usually the husbands don't pay attention. All right. Smile, be energetic, be the highlight of someone's day. Like, this is why it's so important to be positive and have great energy, because you never know what somebody goes through in a day, right? Most people don't really think about that, but like sometimes you guys could be the highlight of somebody's day, right? Like I've had customers tell me like, I'm so glad you came over. I'm so glad we did this presentation, because like you made my day so much more better. Like this was so fun. I didn't think this was going to be fun. I had a terrible day today, right? So you just never know what your customers are going through. All right, cool. So we left off at technical issues. All right. Go ahead and continue for us, Christina. I'm going to have you read the next 3 from us, where it says, follow this manual.
Follow this manual word for word. Follow the cues for when to click. Present to husbands and wives together so they can make a decision together, less pressure. Make sure they're sitting in front of a screen so they can follow along your presentation, and have them on speakerphone or a Zoom FaceTime meeting so you can talk to both spouses.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So good. Now let's talk about showing Cutco owners really quick. By show of hands, do any of you guys know someone that owns Cutco? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 or 6. All right. So like half of you guys know some people with Cutco, and I'm not surprised. All right. We have over 20 million customers. We've been around for 70 years. There's going to be a lot of people. I didn't even know any. I never heard of Cutco until my first weekend on the job. Everybody I saw had a piece of Cutco. I guess my cousin's boyfriend sold it the year before, right? And I remember my best friend's grandma. We made fun of his grandma because she spent all this money on knives, and we're like, oh, look at this cheese knife. Like, who would buy a cheese knife? And then I remember doing the presentation with her a year later, and she was like, hey, you remember when you made fun of me about buying all these kitchen products? Yeah, it was Cutco, what you're selling now. I was like, dang it, right? But she still bought $800 more worth of Cutco from me. All right, so Cutco owners, they always buy more Cutco, right? Andrew Duber last year sold over $100,000 worth of Cutco, and I think like 70 or 80% of the people that he sold to owned Cutco. All right, so like people that have Cutco, you should actually get really excited because the work was already done for you, right? They're already sold. You don't even have to try to sell them on it. They already know how awesome it is. They've been using it, and they're like, they're gonna buy more because nobody ever buys as much as they wanted the first time. Cutco kind of has like the Apple effect, right? You know, when you get like an iPhone, and then you're like, oh, I need to get a smartwatch now. Then you get an Apple Watch, and you're like, oh man, now I need headphones. Then you get AirPods. You're like, dang it, now I need a computer. And then you get a MacBook, right? It doesn't like you're not setting yourself up like that way, but you're like, well, if I'm going to get anything, I might as well get the same stuff that's all compatible, right? So with Cutco, they're like, well, I need pots and pans now, so I already have the knives, but I'll take a big set of pots and pans. I want to make sure everything in my kitchen is going to last forever. So always show Cutco owners, all right? So still do the full presentation. Many customers forget the important details anyways. Also, just reminder, we've been around since 1949. We're dishwasher safe, forever guaranteed. And then just review the knives that they don't have. Also, you can ask your customers for testimonials or picture, or have them give you a shout out on social media, right? This is a big one right here, right? Like Michaela in our office, she started last week. She had a customer that had Cutco for 20 years, right? And she like talked about how awesome it is. So she wrote like a testimonial on her Facebook, and then she tagged Michaela like, hey, Michaela's awesome. She's my new Cutco girl. If you guys need anything, hit her up. And then Michaela got like 5 more appointments just from the comments. Everyone was like, oh, I need more Cutco. Oh, what is Cutco? And so on and so forth like that. So have your customers share about like their Cutco. And then I'll talk about how to upgrade and all that stuff, your customers tomorrow. All right, but let's go down to where it says page 1, where it says building rapport / social etiquette. All right, so before you guys start the actual presentation, it's so important that you spend some time connecting with your customers. You want to spend some time building rapport. And what that is, that's like the opening conversation whenever you meet somebody, right? So let's say I'm meeting Maria for the first time, right? I'm going to be like, oh, hey, Maria, where are you from? What do you do for fun? What's your hobbies, right? What have you been doing during this quarantine, right? Like I'm trying to find like ways that I could connect with her. So when you build rapport, you want to ask a lot of questions about your customers. Don't talk too much about yourself. Probably don't talk anything about yourself, right? Because who do people love to talk about the most? Themselves, right? So you want to talk all about your customers, talk very little about you. All about the customers, very little about you. I've done appointments before where I'd never said anything about myself, and we just talked about the customer, and they're like, I don't know what it is, John, but I really like you. And I'm like, great. All right. So just talk all about them. But the purpose of building rapport is you want to ask a lot of questions until you guys find something that you guys connect on. Right. So like when I was 18, I remember thinking, like, what am I going to talk to a 40-year-old woman about for an hour? right? And so like I started like just asking questions, right? I'm like, oh, what do you like to do for fun, right? And then I started realizing, I'm like, oh, she's just like my mom, or she's just like my grandma, right? And then like I start asking questions and figuring out ways that we can connect, all right? So you want to spend about 5 to 10 minutes just connecting with your customers, talking with them. Yes, even if it's like your parents or your grandparents or your aunts or uncles, and you're like, I already know my mom. You probably don't actually. Like, think about it. When was the last time you had like a really good conversation with your parents or your aunts and uncles or your grandparents? Who knows, right? Usually they're asking you all the questions like, oh, how's school going? Right? How's baseball? How's this? Right? So ask them some questions, right? Like ask your parents, like, hey, mom, what are your goals in the next 5 years? And then they're going to be like, huh, we've never talked about this, have we? Right? And they're like, hey, what were you doing like when you're 18 or when you're 19? Right? Like be genuinely interested in people is what I'm trying to say. Like actually care. Like what my goal out of a presentation was to make a new friend by the end of the presentation. All right. Don't just be there to try to sell them something. All right. Be a friend, not a salesperson. All right. And in some cultures, if you guys think about it, like it's actually considered like super rude and unprofessional if you don't spend an hour of chit chat before you do any business. So just, I'm all asking to spend 5 to 10 minutes doing that. Now, the first line that you guys are going to actually read is right here. It's all right, before we get started, go ahead and pull up yourcutcodemo.com. All right, so you have your customers like do that on their end. Get to know them, catch up, ask a lot of questions before you start. All right, now, thank you so much for taking the time to see my presentation. It really means a lot. All right, now we're down here where it says personal story. So now this is where we could talk about you just for a little bit. All right, so nothing too fancy, but I want to give you guys a few minutes just to kind of craft your personal story really quick. So in your notes, just write down a couple little things about yourself. Here's what mine would sound like. Hey, let me tell you a little bit about me. I go to school at UCR. My major is business. My hobbies are riding bikes. And my dream job is to run my own business one day. All right, something short, simple, sweet like that. So whatever that version is for you, go ahead and jot that down. All right. So now that you have your personal story, oops, where'd I go? Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. All right. So now that you have your personal story done, so this should be what your customer should be seeing on their end, right? So if you go to the yourcutcodemo.com, it should look like that. This is where your customer should be seeing. All right. And then this is where you start reading. So, okay, Mrs. Jones, go ahead and scroll down a little bit on the page until you see the white bubbles or white and blue slides that say, thank you for helping me out or helping me reach my goals. And what is Cutco? Do you see those? Okay, great. We're off to a great start. So now your customer should be at this point in the presentation where they see this. All right. And you just want to make sure you guide them through the start, right? So that's where they kind of get the hang of things. All right. So now you want to tie your customers into your goals on this page. So it's so important to share your goals with customers. So this way they know what you're trying to accomplish, right? Because think about it. Like, do you think you could help somebody if you don't know what they're trying to go after? No. And especially for your first weekend, I think it's even more important for people to understand, like, why are you working with this company, right? So like, for example, people are going to probably be wondering like, oh, Estella, do you just like knives or something? Is this like your new hobby? And she's going to be like, no. Here's the real reason why I'm working with Cutco, right? And this is where you share why you're working here, right? So, well, as you can imagine, a lot of my friends are just laying around watching Netflix right now, but I'm using this as an opportunity to build up my resume and gain some new skills. So I really appreciate you seeing my demo. I'm working with Cutco because, right? So some of you guys are here because of like the COVID-19 stuff, right? So you're like, I need something where I can still continue to grow and hit all my goals in life of doing X, Y, and Z, right? So I'm using this job because I can work from home and I can help out a lot of people, right? Others of you guys, this is your first job like me, right? So like I was doing this to build up my resume, gain some experience, and learn some new skills. Also, I wanted to be a business owner one day, and the most important part of every business is the sales aspect of it, right? So I wanted to learn these skills on how to sell a product, right? Others of you guys are just like building up your resume, trying to get out of your comfort zone, right? Trying to pay for college, whatever it is. So whatever your reasons are, I want you guys to write that down in your notes. Write down why you're working with Cutco. Find like 2 or 3 things. All right, find 2 or 3 reasons why you're working with Cutco. All right, cool. So now once you have your goals down, right? So now people know why you're working with Cutco. Another goal you want to mention is I just started my Fast Start contest and I have 10 days to do blank, right? So tomorrow when you guys get excited, I'll tell you about the Fast Start contest and you'll have a goal to put in right there. Now through Cutco, I can earn a President's Club letter, which will look great on my resume. Now, if you're a student, full-time student, I also have a chance to win an All-American scholarship to help with school. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, since I just started, I'm going to be reading from my manual. Is that okay? So again, no one's going to be like, no, Yesenia, you better have this thing perfect. All right. Everyone's going to be like, yeah, of course. Go ahead, follow your manual. All right. And just so you guys know, I read that line for my first year and a half on the job. No one gave me any issues about it, right? Because they don't know. So I read that my first year on the job just because it made me feel more comfortable. It kind of relieved some pressure off of me. So you guys can read that line for as long as you want until you feel like confident and ready to stop saying it. All right, now here's how you transition into the demo. Like I said on the phone, you don't have to get anything, but if you do see something that you like, you can go ahead and get it today. Not only would you be getting a great product, but you'd also be helping me out towards my goals. And Cutco is awesome. You can buy sets or pieces, and we have tons of accessories and gifts. We also have interest-free monthly investment options, so you don't have to pay for it all at once. Now, just so I know, do you cook because you have to, like to, or love to? Great. You're going to love Cutco. So right there, guys, it doesn't matter what they say. they're going to love Cutco. It's the best product ever. All right. They're going to love it regardless of whatever they say. All right. And here's the thing. There's some people that have to cook. Does anybody like know someone that hates cooking, but they have kids? So they have to cook? Yeah. So they're going to love Cutco because it's going to help them save time and get stuff done, get in and out of the kitchen faster. Then there's some people that like love Cutco or like love cooking. Perfect. Cutco's going to be the perfect match. It's like a match made in heaven. All right. So let's go and scroll down to page 2 in the manual. So it should say product video. The first part of my presentation is a short video that shows the quality of Cutco. After that, I'm going to show you the pieces in our basic set and a few things to know for this video. These are all real customers. Some of them have had Cutco for decades. And I want you to notice the Forever Guarantee. This is what makes us the top selling brand in North America. Quick reminder to double check that your volume is turned up. So this way you can hear everything, okay? All right, and then we're gonna play this video for the customers, all right? So you're either gonna play it on the customer site or you're gonna tell them to play it on the customer site. Depends on how you're doing your presentation. So during the video, it's important to not just sit back and kick back while the video is playing. You wanna use like some of these cues. So like at minute 2:05, you should be saying, oh, isn't that a guarantee amazing? At minute 4 or 4:10, ever seen a drawer like that before, Mrs. Jones? Right? So you want to still be engaged during the video and look at the reactions to certain things. Like if you can tell like the customer's like, oh, or you see them point at something, like you should make a note of this. All right. And here's another little tip I want you guys to write down in your notes. Make sure you and the customer have a notebook and a pen handy. So make sure you and the customer have a notebook and a pen handy, right? So this way you can take notes on like your customer, right? Things that they liked or that they expressed interest into. Also when you're building rapport, right? Like listen to things that your customers say, right? They're like, oh yeah, I have a huge family and we cook all the time, right? And or also just like things that you were just building rapport on and you notice you guys like connected about or you notice they made her excited. So that way you can kind of look at those notes throughout the presentation. All right. Now, here's some tips right here below. So let's say the customer's like internet is super shaky. They can turn off HD mode on the video. So this way, like it loads quicker and then, and all that great stuff. All right. So I'm going to play the video for you guys now.
I think we got knives for our wedding. They didn't last the time.
Can everybody hear that okay?
I cut things and like saw through the tomato and it's starting to like mush underneath me.
It seemed that they got dull very quickly. Sometimes we just couldn't find the right knife to do what we needed it to do. Since we've got Cutco, we have the variety of knives. Each knife really does something different.
When we first picked up the knives, we could tell the difference. We weren't used to having such sharp blades. The tools working like they were supposed to.
We actually use them so frequently, I can't put them away. It's just part of our kitchen now.
When it comes to preparing food and cooking meals for your family, a set of dependable knives in your kitchen can be the difference between cooking because you have to or cooking because you want to. With the right knives, food preparation is a breeze. With the wrong ones, not so much.
I can't compare the Cutco to any knife that they sell in a department store because I've tried them all. The only knives I have are Cutco's.
With preparing meals for 10 people 3 times a day, I need a knife that I know I can go to, that has the quality that's gonna work every time, and Cutco does it for me. Cutco quality is number 1.
Since 1949, for millions of families across the country, the right knives are Cutco knives. Cutco knives are made right here in America, always have been. And today, hundreds of Cutco team members craft each knife with an artisan's eye for quality and detail. This level of craftsmanship is one of the reasons that every Cutco knife comes with a forever guarantee, a powerful promise we've stood behind since our founding in 1949. That means your Cutco set will be the last set of knives you'll ever need to buy. 10 years, 20 years, even generations down the road, Cutco will sharpen your knives and replace any defective item for free. No one else does that because no one else is Cutco.
They stand behind their product, which is very rare. And they're an American company, which is even better.
It's a lifetime warranty, so I did have the experience of having it once replaced with no questions asked.
Warranty on a knife that we've had for over a decade, and we've had a couple knives replaced that have been damaged. It was very easy.
Cutco can make this guarantee because of the unique patented design and the meticulous multi-step construction process that goes into its knives. It's what makes Cutco unique and a cut above all others in quality, durability, and user satisfaction. Cutco puts each blade through a 3-step heat treating process, creating the best balance of hardness, flexibility, rust and stain resistance, and edge retention. After that, the blade is meticulously polished to enhance rust resistance. And then comes the secret to Cutco's sharpness and durability, the exclusive Double D recessed edge. This process creates a series of 3 razor-sharp edges on the blade, with pointed teeth that protect it from contacting surfaces that might dull the knife. The Double D recessed edge allows the blade to cut forward, backward, or straight down with equal ease. You can cut virtually anything, which makes food preparation easy, fast, and fun. Here's proof of how sharp a Cutco blade is. This is a tough piece of leather, and using a regular kitchen knife, even a brand new one, cutting it is practically impossible. Now, watch what the Cutco table knife can do. Notice its rounded design for added safety and no rivets, so it looks great on your table. But can it cut? Can it ever?
Sharpness is everything. The product from Cutco is head and shoulders above any other knife that I've ever used. They do exactly what I want them to do for me every single time.
Here's something you might not know. You may already own an incredibly expensive set of knives. Ever seen a kitchen drawer that looks like this? Loads and loads of knives, most of which you never use because they're too dull or aren't right for the job. That's money wasted. A lot of money when you add it all up. It's actually much more cost-effective to invest in a set of quality knives. Knives that come with a forever guarantee. Knives that are designed for every conceivable kitchen duty. Knives that you'll be happy to use every day. Let's take a quick look at a few of the most popular knives in a set. If you've ever tried to cut a tomato with a dull knife, you know how frustrating and messy it can be. The Cutco trimmer makes quick work of tomatoes, oranges, apples, cucumbers, great for sectioning grapefruit and oranges. Easily trims and bones meat, poultry, and fish. It's even a great bar knife for lemons and limes. This versatile knife is a star of your set, and one of the key reasons Cutco won About.com's Reader's Choice Award for Best Cutlery Brand.
The trimmer. I love the trimmer. That's my favorite knife. I use it when I'm cutting up salads and I'm trimming a steak.
I use it for my meats like chicken, roast. I really use it for everything, so it's a pretty multi-purpose knife.
Ready to do some chopping, dicing, slicing, and mincing? The home chef now has a classic knife at their disposal, the Petite Chef. Just place the tip on the cutting board and rock the blade, using the back of the blade to do the cutting. When done this way, you feel as though you're cutting air.
My favorite Cutco knife is the chef knife. Just cutting the lettuce when you want it super fine or really chopped really fine, it makes cooking a lot easier.
It has the nice long blade and chop quickly. I don't think I realized how efficient that would be.
And now, the knife that's more than a knife, the Cutco Spatula Spreader. It's the world's premier sandwich and bagel knife. Spread mayo, cream cheese, or jellies. No muss, no fuss. Cut cakes with ease. Serve up neat, appetizing portions of lasagna. Slice up a pizza.
By far, my favorite knife is the spatula knife. Great for sandwiches.
You can cut the bagel, then you can scoop the spread. It's all with one tool.
Finally, let's look at a knife you probably won't use every day, but when you need it, you'll be so glad it's in your set. It's the renowned Cutco Butcher Knife. It may look intimidating, but use it once and you'll wonder how you ever got along without it. Heavy duty and tough, it easily segments and trims big cuts of meat and disjoints poultry. Watch it go through a squash, pineapple, even a watermelon at a single pass.
Butcher knife, great for cutting meat. Just goes through it like crazy.
It's so easy to get around. You don't have to worry about the heat because it has that length.
Having the right knife for the right job is like having the right club for every shot, the right tool for every task. the right shoes for every occasion. With the right set of Cutco knives, your work goes faster, better, and is a lot more rewarding. With Cutco knives, cooking is fun. Beyond that, using a dull knife, especially for the wrong purpose, is a serious safety hazard. It's been proven that most kitchen accidents involve the knife, especially a dull knife. That's because people force dull knives and use them improperly in order to get them to cut, and that's how accidents happen. Sharp, safely stored, and properly used knives are a far safer choice and make your kitchen a much more enjoyable place. All the knives in your Cutco set are guaranteed to be sharp forever because we'll sharpen them for free, anytime, anywhere, no matter how long ago you bought them. How sharp are they? Watch this. This is the Cutco Petite Carver. Our customers have given this knife a 5-star rating on Cutco.com, and no wonder. This is a length of thick rope. It's tough and fibrous, like a big roast. Now watch this. If it can cut rope like this, imagine how easily it will glide through your toughest cutting jobs.
Other knives I had to saw through and saw through. The Cutco, I have not had to do that. They stay sharp. I have been 100% satisfied.
It's clear that a Cutco knife set is the premier choice and the most important set of tools in your kitchen. So now let's talk value. Remember that every knife in every set is American-made in Cutco's own facility in upstate New York and is completely covered by Cutco's one-of-a-kind forever guarantee. These are knives that will last for your lifetime and beyond. Nobody else offers that kind of value.
The Cutco knives made a huge difference in our kitchen. For 15 years, we've had the same set of knives. Everybody talks about the good quality and the sharpness of it, how long it stays sharp. I know that we've gotten our money's worth out of those knives.
Remember, too, that Cutco knives are made of the highest quality materials. The handles, for example, are not wood or cheap plastic, but thermal resin for far greater strength, dishwasher endurance, and long-term durability. They won't crack, splinter, chip, or absorb grease. Wooden handles can become bacteria breeding grounds, and cheap brass rivets quickly discolor and show their age. Cutco exclusively uses corrosion-resistant nickel-silver rivets for the utmost in appearance and durability. This customer favorite has a 5-star rating for a reason. Strong and versatile. You can use them in the kitchen, the garden, anywhere. Cut everything from delicate herbs to that ridiculously tough plastic packaging your regular scissors just can't handle. And the heavy-duty blades separate for easy cleaning. How powerful are the shears? Strong enough to easily cut through this penny. Your Cutco representative is ready to answer any questions you may have and help you choose the set that turns this into this, and this into this. Thanks for choosing Cutco. American made, forever guaranteed.
All right. Cool. So what do you guys think about that video? Pretty awesome, right? So that video still gets me super pumped up. Like, I want to buy something every time I see that thing. So imagine how your customers are going to feel after seeing that video. First, they're going to feel hungry after seeing all those food demonstrations. Second, they're just going to be like, whoa, this is awesome. Like, and it's relatable. All right. So you definitely want to make sure you're engaged during that video and get excited. All right. So after you go to the video, all right, your customers should be on this screen the screen that you guys just saw with me. All right. And after the video ends, this is what you guys are going to read. So, okay, I'm going to start by showing you the pieces in our most popular set, which is called the Homemaker set. So go ahead and scroll down a little past the video, and you're going to see the 2 different color Homemaker sets, then a slideshow called Homemaker set pieces. What I'd like you to do is hit the full screen button on the slideshow and double check that the customer can still see you on their Zoom or on their FaceTime. So go ahead and hit the space bar, and it's going to pull up the first slide, which shows you the Homemaker +8. Do you see that? Great. So it should be this slide right here. So I'm just going to read this, and I'm going to have you guys continue helping me read, and I'll pull up the customer site. All right. So Mrs. Jones, you can buy individual pieces, but most customers agree that over a lifetime, sets are a much better value. It's important to have the right tools for the right situation because of safety and efficiency. We have 2 larger set options for customers who love to cook called the Ultimate and the Signature. But I'm going to start out with the pieces in our basic set, which is the most popular, and it's called our Homemaker Plus 8. It has the minimum number of tools to do 100% of the jobs in your kitchen as efficiently as possible. It's the best value for the average family, and it starts off with your paring knife, okay? So let me go to where we were just talking about. So you're going to have the customer, or if you're controlling their screen, you're going to go full screen on this. And then you can hit the space bar, or you can go through the slides like this to move on to the next slide. So it starts off with your paring knife. So I'm not sure who I left off with, but I see Estefania. Did I say your name correct? All right. I'm going to have you go ahead and read the paring knife for us. And you can just go ahead and unmute yourself.
So Cutco's air knife has a long handle, makes peeling and paring comfortable, and then it says to go ahead and click on the play button.
Yeah, and you can just skip past
You
that.
use this small job. You use this for small jobs in the air like apples, strawberries, and bananas, but rarely on the cutting board. That's why you have your you'll see your picture showing some additional uses for each knife on slides. It's great to point them out.
Perfect. All right. And you don't, and just so you guys know, you don't need to read the parentheses, okay? And just so you guys are aware, like when you're doing the actual presentation where it says play video, you're going to pause and then you're going to go ahead and play the video. But just because we're in training, I'm going to have you guys read it and then I'll play the video for you guys. All right. So this is the paring knife. Just curious, who actually cooks on here? Or who likes to cook? All right, cool. So the paring knife. So this one is used for anything that's in the air, right? So usually anything that you hold in the air. So like sometimes if you're peeling up potatoes or you're cutting like the tops off of your strawberries or cutting strawberries in half or avocado or something like that, that's what you would use this paring knife for. So let's see it being used on an apple right here. And most of the videos are going to be silent. So this way you guys can talk over the videos and explain what's going on. Like on this one, I just like to ask the customers like, hey, so do you ever like use paring knives to like peel apples, right? Or could you see yourself using that product right there? All right. The next one is your trimmer. All right. So Maria, I'm going to have you go ahead and read the trimmer for us. Unmute yourself.
This is your small utility knife for small fruits and veggies. Go ahead and click play the video and you'll see how smooth this is. You'll never smash tomato ever again. It's also great for cucumbers, oranges, lemons, and limes, and awesome for slicing raw chicken in strips. Which color would you like better, the black or the white handles? Everyone loves the versatility of the trimmer, but it's never used for spreading or serving. That's why you have your next slide. There you go.
Perfect. And then that word is versatility. All right. I know it's a mouthful. So the
versatility.
Trimmer. Has anybody ever cut through a tomato with a sucky knife before? Yes. So what happens to the tomato? Squishes, it gets everywhere, oozes out. Yeah. It's annoying, right? So here's why it's so important to show all the videos, because I want you guys to think about this, right? You guys know how hard it is to cut through a tomato. Now imagine a customer who's twice your age that's been doing this 30 to 40 years longer than you. So think about how many sucky knives they've used to cut through tomatoes. Now imagine when they see the best product in the history of the universe for the first time, glide through a tomato with no effort, leaves it perfectly thin. How do you think they're going to react? They're going to be like, oh my gosh, I've never cut a tomato like this, right? So here's a little video on how to like dice a tomato. So, and I always ask my customers like, hey, do you know how to like dice a tomato properly? And most people are like, I think so. I'm like, all right, check out this video. Look at the trimmer. So usually with tomatoes, they kind of like squish and like the seeds start to ooze out. But look at these beautiful slices. Voila. All right, now here's how we dice it. You guys see how smooth that's just cutting through it? I still get excited. All right, cool. So that's how you dice a tomato. All right, but the trimmer is also good for a lot of other things. It's good for doing any of your cutting down on the cutting board as well. All right, so great. So thank you for reading, guys. The spatula spreader. All right, Caleb, I see you next on my screen. Go ahead and read the spatula spreader for us.
Wide, flexible double D edge on this piece allows you to cut and spread and serve sandwiches, bagels, lasagna, and cake. It's perfect for getting peanut butter and jelly out of a jar with smooth spreading or getting brownies out of a pan, but you'll never use it on meat or large vegetables.
Perfect. All right, so who likes sandwiches? I love sandwiches. As a college student, this used to be my favorite tool because all I ate in college were sandwiches. I was the PB&J king. All right, so you guys are gonna see why right here. So there's 2 videos for this. All right, so oh, look at that cream cheese on the bagel. That's a lot of cream cheese, but we don't judge here. Oh my gosh. But you see how like one swipe, you can spread it all on your bagel. Also, the spatula spreader has the double D edge on it. So this way you guys can cut with it as well. So you can cut, spread, and serve all with the one tool. Ooh, brownies. PBJ, this is my specialty, guys. Look at this, one swipe, boom. And it's like also really flexible. So, you know, like when you get down to like the last bit of peanut butter in like the jar and you're trying to like scrape it out and get it, you get a spoon in there. This thing, it will bend around the jar and you get your fool's money's worth. It's fantastic. And then we also have a shorter video right here, right? So this way it shows like how quick it spreads. And then also serves. It's great for lasagna, by the way. I don't know why you would cut a pizza with it, though. All right, so that doesn't make sense to me. But anyways, next one. All right, now you want to make sure you have great energy when you're covering through the videos. Ask lots of questions, like could you see yourself using this knife? This is where you can kind of start to gauge your customers and all that great stuff like that. All right, so the next one is going to be the petite carver and the turning fork. All right, so Jonathan, I see you next on my screen. Go ahead and read the petite carver and the turning fork for me, please.
This large utility knife is your everyday meat knife for chicken and small roasts. It's also for large summer fruits and tough vegetables. Wait till you see this one glide through a pineapple. The turning fork has 3 sharp tines. Make it easy to turn meats and veggies and get things out of jars. None of the pieces so far are used for larger foods. And that's why you have your...
Perfect. All right. So check out this video. Anybody ever cut through a pineapple before? Are those hard or easy to cut through? They can be a little challenging, right? So I'm just going to stop talking. Just watch the video. Look at this. Oh my gosh. I don't know about you guys, but I've never cut through a pineapple like that smooth. Look at that. Even through the core. The core is usually like the hardest part to get through on a pineapple. All right, the turning fork is great for getting stuff out of jars. I'm not sure if you guys have ever like got down to like the last bit of olives or pickles or jalapenos, and you're trying to like get it out, your fingers get all wet. If you ever want to cut your orange super difficult, you can do that. I think this is like a pumpkin or a squash, but it's awesome. The petite carver is also like the great like knife that you use for carving pumpkins. It's fantastic for that. So this is cantaloupe. Oh, man. All right, cool. All right, so now the next one. Thank you for reading, Jonathan. I see Anna next. Can you go ahead and read the butcher knife for us?
Butcher knife. This heavy-duty knife disjoints large meats and is also great for melons and squash and separating frozen foods like hot dogs and hamburgers. It protects you other knives because it's the only piece in the basic set strong enough for those jobs. But it's not a chopping knife. That's why you have yours.
Perfect. All right, so the butcher knife. Oh my gosh, look at this food, guys. I'm so sorry to do this to you. It makes me hungry every single time I show these. All right, but check out this video. Anybody ever struggle cutting through a watermelon, right? Where it felt like you had to like put your whole body into it, or you felt like the knife is about to bend or break. So the butcher knife, this is like your heavy duty dog in the set. It's like your mini machete, your home protector. Like if someone were to break into your house, you go grab this one first and they run out very fast. Look at that. Just cut through a whole watermelon. Look how smooth that is. Anybody ever play Fruit Ninja? Yeah, this is the go-to knife for that. All right, don't tell anybody I told you that, but this is what you play Fruit Ninja with. Boom. Boom. It's Cutco. It's Cutco, baby. It's so much fun to use. All right. It's also great for your meats, right? Like when you're separating like ribs. Oh, man. Oh, it looks so good. All right, cool. So that's the butcher knife right there. All right, the Petite Chef. All right, cool. Yesenia, go ahead and read the Petite Chef for us.
Okay. Sorry, it's because I'm on my phone. I don't have a computer right now.
Okay, no worries.
Petite Chef, the high knuckle clearance makes it comfortable and safer for dicing, mincing, and chopping. This delicate chopper is great for the 6S soup, salad, stir fry, stew, stuffing, and salsa. Chef knives are for chopping, not slicing. That's why you have your...
Perfect. All right. So this is the Petite Chef knife. Thank you, Yesenia, for reading. So this is the knife that you want to use when you want to look like you know what you're doing in the kitchen. All right. So like, I don't know what I'm doing, but when I use this one, I feel like a professional. Look at that. So a lot of people think that this knife could be used for meats. However, you want to only use this for chopping motions, like up and down chopping motions right there. All right. So that's the Petite Chef right there. All right. The next one. All right. Let me see. My screen just got mixed up. I'm so lost. Okay. Sorry, guys. Kiana, I'm going to have you go ahead and read the slicer for us.
It's the best bread knife in the world. The long double D edge makes it great for cutting cakes, slicing lettuce, and slicing boneless meat. But it's not for anything with a bone. That's why we have your...
Awesome. So has anybody ever cut through fresh bread before, or like a big French bread that you use for garlic bread? So for those of you guys that have cut through fresh bread, when you cut through fresh bread, the biggest issue people deal with is like squishing the bread, right? Usually when you press it, like it squishes and it leaves like this big indent in it. Or when you're trying to cut the bread in half, it leaves like wavy and it starts flaking and crumbs everywhere. So check out the slicer. Oh, look at that. See how smooth it is? And just so you guys know, if you bought bread whole, you actually save a lot more money, right? But most people don't do that because they don't have a knife that's good enough to slice it. Voila. All right. Now the slicer is not just good for bread, but it's also good for boneless meats. Right. So you guys see right here, like I think this is like either brisket or tri-tip or something like that. And you can cut it super thin. So like something that's long but has no bones in it, you could use a slicer for that as well. Also, it's really great for shredding up lettuce or cabbage. All right. It's like that's like what I use my slicer for a lot, like shredding up cabbage for fish tacos and stuff like that. So that is the slicer. All right. Now the carver. All right. Growing up in my household, my grandpa always used an electric carver. Right. But the problem with electric carvers is they always get stuck. Right. They always get jammed and then they shred up the meat a lot. They don't always leave a clean cut. So I remember he was kind of skeptical. Like when he got his Cutco, he's like, I'm not using this to carve my turkey. And once again, Thanksgiving, his carver got stuck. He's like, all right, I'm going to try out your Cutco. Ever since that day, he's never gone back. And he got excited. He was like, everybody, look at this. Right. And then it was always funny watching him get mad at the electric carver. But now like, he's like, look, guys, I could cut it just like the commercials. Right. So like he loves his Cutco now.
Starting parallel to the breastbone, slice diagonally through the meat, down to the horizontal base. Let the slices cascade off.
So this one has somebody that talks and teaches you how to slice or how to carve a turkey. All right, I forgot to have somebody read that. I got so excited to show the video. So Ashley, I see you next. All right, go ahead and read the carver and the carving fork for us.
It doesn't show up on my screen. I am using a tablet. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay. I'm having difficulties seeing the text. All I get is like the pictures.
Okay. Make sure you're on the My Vector Demo website, not the customer one. All right, and then we'll come back to you. Okay.
All right.
All right. Taj, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right, cool. I'm gonna have you read the 9-inch carver and the carving fork for us.
Okay. Does it start with it's like your spare tire?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. It's like your spare tire. You won't use it every day, but you'll be glad you have it. Do you ever barbecue or host family dinners? You'll need it for barbecue, big roast, and family occasions. Having both forks in the set is important. The turning fork picks food up, while the carving fork holds meat down and is wide enough to go around the bones. Can you see how over a lifetime you're going to use every tool in your basic set?
Perfect. Thank you, Taj. All right, cool. So just curious, guys, like, and feel free to unmute yourselves, but like, could you guys see how you guys could use all these tools over a lifetime?
Yeah. Most definitely.
Yeah. All right, cool. I'm gonna have everybody comment in the chat box, like, what was your favorite piece that you've seen so far? Because I might have a contest for you to win it. I might. I don't know. Ooh, the spreader. Spreader's a good one. Oh, another spreader. Oh, Petite Chef. Oh, another spreader. Spreader's winning. Oh, the butcher knife. Yeah, that one's good. Another spreader. We might have to raffle off a spreader tomorrow. All right. Cool. So now let's go to the table knives. All right. So you guys might change your favorite piece after you see these table knives. These things will change how you eat steak forever, or eat any meats or any veggies. I love my table knives. These are my go-tos every single day. All right. So I'm going to have Estella go ahead and read the table knives for us.
To complete your set, your table knives are used for every meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The wide blade and rounded tip makes it safer and great for spreading, but with a double D edge, it cuts like a steak knife. We recommend 2 table knives per family member so you don't have to wash them after every meal. Let's see how our table knives work on some tough leather.
Perfect. So check out this video. So we cut through the leather. We're gonna compare our Cutco steak knife into a regular one. So that's a regular steak knife. We cut through the leather because it's similar to cutting through like a rough piece of meat. But check out our table knives. So the reason why we call them table knives is you see they're rounded on the tips, so you can still spread your butter like on your toast or whatever, but it still has the sharp edges to cut through steaks and rough veggies and meats. No competition. Look at that. All right, cool. So that's our table knives right there. All right. Oops. All right, cool. So next part, I'm going to have Haley, I'm going to have you pick us up after the table knives. Right there where it says our 2 larger options.
Okay, I'm going to just need to unmute myself. Our 2 larger set options are called the Signature and Ultimate. The Signature comes with 10 table knives and the Ultimate comes with 12. So it's perfect for the holidays or when you have company over the house. Or if you just don't want to run the dishwasher constantly, you'll have some extra table knives.
Perfect. All right, cool. Elena, I'm going to have you go and read storage options.
Okay. Mrs. Jones, it would be dangerous to have really sharp knives floating in the drawer. Our sets come with solid oak woodblock, which looks great on the counter. We also have storage trays for the drawer or on the wall. Our sets come with the free cutting board. It's a free cutting board. It's important to use a soft plastic board. Glass, granite, marble cutting boards are too hard and will dull your knives.
Perfect. All right, sweet. The entertainer pack. To complement your homemaker set, we have incredible gadgets. Our 4-piece entertainer pack has comfort grip handles and is, of course, forever guaranteed. All right, it comes with our 4 most popular gadgets all in one pack. We're going to play these short videos one at a time. And with the peeler, it peels in both directions, right? And we'll go ahead and play this video. So
this is a Cutco peeler. It has a double.
This is like a customer video. Listen to how excited she is.
This is like the coolest thing. Look, it goes back and forth. How cool is that? Within seconds. Now I'm very excited.
Look at that. All right. Then we have our ice cream scooper. All right. It goes right through rock hard ice cream and is also great for seeding out melons and things like that as well. Then we have our pizza cutter. The blade comes out for easy cleaning. And also our blade is actually not sharp. It's childproof. So like you can rub it on your skin and it's not going to cut you, but it goes right through pizza. Look at that. The blade comes out so that way you don't get like old gross cheese like stuck in the middle. That's hard to get out. And then we have our cheese knife. It has holes so this way the cheese doesn't stick to it. And it's also great for potatoes, apples, and pepperoni. This thing is awesome. Has anybody ever cut through a block of cheese before? Yeah, so like cheese can be really annoying to cut through because usually it gets stuck, right? So the reason why we have the holes is it creates air pockets so nothing sticks to the blade. And I know I used to always try to get like perfectly thin slices of cheese, but then it would always like wedge out because you were just like so busy just trying to get through it that it never came out even. All right, so, and that's the end of this slide right there, okay? So now we're right here where it says summary. All right, so Mrs. Jones, let me review why so many people choose to invest in Cutco. You always have the sharp American-made knives that are comfortable, safe, and sanitary. Cutco is guaranteed to last forever, so it's the last set of knives that you've ever have to buy. Cutco also saves a lot of money. Most customers who buy Cutco, they eat out less, so that saves them $60 a month. That's $720 saved this year. Over 25 years, you'll save $18,000. Now, there are several reasons why so many customers choose sets. Cutco sets have the right tool for the right job. Cutco sets have a built-in discount, so it's cheaper. Sets come with a free cutting board and other free stuff. And sets are also much safer because they come in a block or a tray. And we have interest-free monthly investment options, so you don't have to pay for it all at once. Okay, Mrs. Jones, now we're going to exit the full screen, and you can just hit the escape button, and it should bring you back to the original page. go ahead and scroll down to the next slideshow called Set Options. All right, and we'll cover that a little bit later. All right, so cool. So far, you guys, we just made it through. I think I would like to say like 60% of the presentation at that point. Does this seem like super hard to anybody? I hope not. All right, so it's super simple to do. All you got to do is just follow the manual, play the videos, and have good energy with it. All right, so that's how simple it is to show Cutco to your customers. All right, so what I want to do right now, I want us to take a quick break. All right. However, before we go on that break, I need a couple people to stick on for a second. I just need Caleb, Carlos, Estefania, Fatima, Jonathan, and Taj. Just stick on for a few seconds. Right now, it's about 2:33. We're going to take a quick 20-minute break. Okay, so just hop back on here at 2:53. All right, so keep your Zooms up. You guys can just mute yourselves and close your video. So just keep yourselves like muted and video off, and then just hop back on here at 2:53. All right, so now's a good time to use the restroom, grab a snack, check your Snapchat, do whatever you need to do, stretch, run around the block, eat pie. I don't know. Go. Stop looking at me. Go. All right. If I ask you to stay on, it's for, all right, since all of you guys, I know some of you guys popped on at different times and everything like that. Don't worry, everything's being recorded. Let me pause the recording actually.
Bring the family together, they're going to spend a lot of money. They won't spend it on themselves, but Cutco is a family purchase. So those customers that do the barbecues and all those big events, they're going to buy the big sets, and it will surprise the heck out of you. The second reason why you have to show everyone the homemaker no matter what is because you have to show value. If Dylan's customers just picked out individual pieces and you said, okay, here are these 3 pieces, here's the price, there's no perspective. If you go and shop for a car, and like for a BMW, they're going to show you the 7 Series first, and then the 5, then the 3. They're not going to just show you the 3 first because there's no comparison. So you have to start high and then what we call drop down. So in sales, it's a process called dropping down. You start from the higher price and then you go to the lower price. It's called dropping down. So they have to see all the options to understand. Also, if Ryan shows the homemaker and then the customer ends up just buying 2 pieces, if he goes straight from the homemaker to those 2 pieces, it's too big of a gap. Too big of a gap, they're going to lose it, they won't understand the value, and it's not going to turn out well. But if they go one step at a time, baby steps, then it makes sense to the customer and they can see the value. The third reason is that you have to respect your customers. If you don't ask your customer to buy, so let's say Kristen is sitting in her customer's house and she shows them the homemaker, but she doesn't ask confidently. If she says, so do you think that you want to get it? It's clearly telling them that she doesn't think they have enough what? Money. And that's disrespectful. You've got to ask confidently. Has anybody ever been to a store and the salesperson ignored you? You ever been there? Okay, doesn't feel good, does it? Have you ever been to a store when you knew that you couldn't even afford the rack that the clothes were, or the hanger that the clothes were sitting on, but somebody asked you if you needed help and it made you feel good, right? You ever do that, ladies? You go into a really expensive store just to look around. Somebody asks you if you want help. You're like, no, I'm just looking. I'm just browsing. Okay, but it feels good because it's a sign of respect. You have to ask your customers every single time, no matter what, to buy the Homemaker Plus 8. And you have to ask with confidence and expect them to say yes, because otherwise it's disrespectful. If they say no, no big deal. No big deal. You're not going to be like, oh, man, dumb. No, you say, okay, no big deal. Let me show you the next set. And then we just drop down, okay? We go to the next set. Now, 18,000 people bought the galley set last year. That means 18,000 people said no to the homemaker. Do you think the rep freaked out, like tucked and rolled out the front door? No. They said, no big deal. Let me show you the next one. Okay, and they showed the galley set, and 18,000 people said yes. It's only missing 3 pieces. It's like the same set. It's awesome. 18,000 people bought it. So you just have to be confident and you just drop down. Say, hey, would you like to go and get that today? Smile. It's very laid back. It's not like you're going to get it, right? So, yeah, it's just super laid back, super easy. Here's the thing. Cutco is such a great value that if they get it, they're going to get it. If not, you just drop down, you find what was in their budget. But we do this process called dropping down. That way some people will get the stuff at the top, some people get the smaller sets, and some people get individual pieces. Whatever their comfort level is, by the time you get there, they say yes, you write up the order, you high five, you hug it out, right? So it's a very, very easy process. Does the Mercedes dealer drive a Mercedes? No. He drives a beat up piece of junk in the back. but he talks to his customers as if he drives a what? You have to talk to customers at their own level. If you say, do you want to go ahead and get this set today? Right? And you ask if you're constipated and you ask, it's not gonna work. Now, if a Mercedes dealer said to his customer, if Connor's trying to buy a Mercedes and I'm selling him one, I'm not gonna be like, it's like $65,000. No, they just say, hey, it's 65. How does that sound? Make sense? So you have to ask with confidence. All right. When they say no, no big deal. No's are actually good, because if they say no, then it gives you an opportunity to just go down to the next set, right? Not everyone's going to buy the Homemaker. A lot of people do, but when they say no, it's a good thing. Every no leads to a yes. No's are actually positives. How many out of 10 buy Cutco? 7. Yeah, in our office, 7. 6 is company average. How many out of 10 do you think buy the Homemaker set?
4.
1. On average, 1 out of 10. In our office, a little bit more. Our top reps, way more. Way more. But Courtney Cochran, first 5 appointments, 5 Homemaker sales. Matt Queen, 5 out of his first 6 appointments, Homemaker sales. Now, why do you think top reps sell more? Confident, experience, and more appointments. The more appointments you do, the more opportunities you have, and the more you learn also. So you get better more quickly. Also, passion for the product. If you love Cutco, right now, Sean's parents own a Homemaker set. So do you think he's pretty passionate about Cutco? So it's going to be pretty easy for Sean to sell a lot of Cutco, but he's going to say, this is what my mom has, so I think you should get it too. And it's because it's normal for him, right? So confidence, passion for the product, and of course, experience. So top reps, it's like 2 or 3 out of 10, average is 1. That means that 9 out of 10 people are going to say no. They're not saying no to you. They're just saying no to the product. They're not saying no to Cutco in general. They're just saying no to that one set, right? Because 18,000 people said no, and then they quickly said yes to the Galley set. All right. Number 1 reason why customers love sets is because they have the right tool for the right job. Any set has the right tool for the right job. Right? The big sets do, so do the small sets. It just depends on what they're going to use, right? But all the sets have the right tool for the right job. So it's safer and efficient. The second reason why customers love sets is because they are cheaper. It's about a 10% discount when they get it in a set. So if they were to pick individual pieces, let's say Eddie's customer says, I just want to get a couple pieces, no big deal. Show all the sets, because all of the smaller ones are just a couple pieces put together in a smaller block. So it still has the discount, and they're going to end up spending more if they buy individuals. So there's definitely a set for them. So if they say, hey, Jackson, I just want to buy pieces, no big deal. Let me show you the smaller sets first, because they're good combinations and they're cheaper. If they don't like any of the combinations, of course they can pick out individuals, but it's definitely cheaper in a set. Okay. The third reason is because they get free stuff. Do you think customers like free stuff? Have you ever bought something just because something else came for free? We do it all the time. And the fourth thing is it's safer. Okay, sets are safer because they come in a blocker tray. So we always focus on sets. If they want to buy pieces, that's fine, but you have to show the sets first, because you don't want your customers spending more money than they have to. 50% of customers buy sets, 50% buy pieces. Now, the people who buy pieces, what do you think they're going to do later? Yeah, they're going to buy sets. They're going to get more. Is it good that they buy pieces? Yeah, because what are they going to buy from you over winter break? Or next summer? They're going to upgrade. Yeah. Pieces are a good thing. The badge of honor for a Cutco rep is called closing percentage. It's how many people out of 10 buy from you. That's the badge of honor for a Cutco rep. Average order size is a product of your customer base. If you got really awesome customers, of course you're going to sell more sets, right? But the closing percentage is way more important. I'd rather have a rep sell 10, just individual pieces and smaller sets, than a rep sell a couple sets here and there and then nothing else. So it's all about closing percentage. That's way more important. That shows the true talent of a rep.
All right. Awesome. So so there you go. Drew Frank just taught you guys how to build value, how to compare our competitors, and then the value of sets. Okay, so let's jump back into the training manual. Okay, we're gonna jump back into your training manual and go ahead and scroll down to page 8. All right, everyone should be on the top of page 8 in your manual. So actually, let's scroll past the summary since we already read that. I'm going into the break. So go down to where it says selecting the best options. Okay, so selecting the best options. And please just go ahead and follow along with me. So let's go to the first slide where you'll see the Wusthof and Shun price comparison brand. All right, so once again, we want to always make sure the customer is full screen these. And this is the Wusthof and Shun price comparison. And just curious, like, did any of you guys know how much knives could cost? I know me, like before like coming into training, I had no clue knives can cost this much. But the other thing I want to ask you guys is, like, have you guys ever just like went hanging out in the knife section at a high-end kitchen store? Probably not, right? Like, I know for sure, like, I never went down the kitchen section on purpose, right? It was always like a shortcut to get to like the video games. So yeah, we've never priced high quality kitchen products. So follow along with me underneath the Wusthof and Shun price comparison. So when it comes to high quality cutlery, it's like anything else. There's a wide variety of quality and prices. Cutco is top rated, so we only compare to the highest quality brands. I have a price comparison for our top competitors, Wusthof and Shun. Have you ever heard of them before? These high quality sets are made overseas, and they're two of the top selling brands in stores. Each brand has different types of sets, which range in price. Wusthof is the most popular. The price for this Wusthof set is $3,435. Sometimes you can find it on sale for $2,000. There are some major differences between these brands and Cutco. Wusthof has mostly straight edges, so they need to be sharpened, which is a hassle. They are not recommended for the dishwasher, and the warranty is on manufacturing defects only. In comparison, Cutco has a unique wedge lock handle, our exclusive Double D Stay Sharp edge, and we have our 4-part forever guarantee, including our free sharpening. Cutco owners will tell you that it's 10 times better than any knives that they've ever used. And just considering the guarantee and the unique features, most people would agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Wusthof. Now, when something offers twice the quality and value and lasts forever, you would expect it to be at least twice the price. At twice the price, you're talking over $4,000 for a set of Cutco. All right, so then now we're just gonna go ahead and click to the next slide. If you're instructing your customer, you just tell them, go ahead and click the next slide. All right, you should see our 2 homemaker sets. All right, so as I said earlier, our Homemaker Plus 8 set is our most popular set. It's perfect for families that cook 2 to 4 times a week. It has the 10 basic tools I explained earlier, 8 table knives, the wood block, and a sharpener for straight edges. We also have our Homemaker sets without the table knives. Now, if you're considering a set of Cutco, would you prefer the sets with the table knives? The great thing about this, that is it doesn't cost $4,000. In fact, it doesn't even cost as much as Wustof's price of $3,435. The Homemaker Plus 8 set is only, all right? So then now, before you give the price to the customers, you want to make sure your customers write down the prices, right, in their notebook. So the Homemaker Plus 8 set is only $1,326 paid in full, which includes shipping, but most of our customers take advantage of our 5-month interest-free investment option or easy pay option, which is only $289 today, and that includes tax. All right, now once again, you're not going to read what's in the parentheses. All right, so the basic Homemaker, though, as you see, it's $1049 in full or $229 per month for five months. We only go over the basic Homemaker price if they say that they wouldn't be interested in the table knives. Now we have a bonus where if you buy it now, I can give you the Entertainer Pack or the Super Shears for free. So you can just kind of point to that with your mouse, the Entertainer Pack right here, or the Super Shears for free. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you, would you like to try out the Homemaker set today and get your free gifts? All right, now you see right there where it says be completely quiet and wait for an answer, smile. Once again, do not read that because you'll sound weird. All right, so this is where you just smile and nod. All right, let me see everybody smile and nods really quick. It should just be a casual smile and nod. All right, don't be a freak about it where you're like super close to the camera. You're like, right, just a casual smile and nod. All right. Cool. And then you wait for their answer. And if they say yes, you go, congratulations. Right? I give people high fives still, even like through like the camera. I just start like slamming the camera. Congratulations. You're going to love your new set of Cutco. While I write that up, let's look at accessories. All right, cool. So who thought the Homemaker was going to cost way more? I know I did for sure when I was in training, because after seeing the prices of Wusthof and Shun, I was like, holy crap. I did not know knives cost this much, right? And I was like, dang, are we going to have to start getting people to like take out loans to buy knives? And then when we went over the price of Cutco, I was like, what? That's it? Even though I was broke when I was in training, I had $0 in my account. I was like, that's it? That's not bad. So this is why it's so important to follow the manual, because the manual is going to build up the proper value. Does that make sense? So the manual is going to build up the proper value. So that's why you want to make sure you stick to the manual, because your customers should be thinking it's going to be around the same price as Wusthof or Shunt. They should be thinking it's going to be like $2,000 to $4,000. They should be thinking in that range. So that way, when you present the price, you're like, oh, that's it. All right. So you guys notice on your manuals, it's not filled in, the prices. If you guys scroll up really quick, go to where it says, page 9. Like where it says page 9, there's a little hidden gem right here, or Easter egg or cheat code, whatever you want to call it. Click on the page 9 and it's going to fill in the prices for you. Did everybody figure that out? Give me a thumbs up if you found that. Great. Good. All right. So now we want to make sure we focus on the 5-pay. So you want to make sure you have your customers write down $289 per month. And I have my customers circle that, because that's the number that I want them to focus on. All right. Because the Homemaker plus 8, it's only $289. That's it. I want you guys to think about some of the stuff that we spend money on. Right? $289 is just a pair of shoes for Caleb that he's going to go run around the courts and get stepped on with and rip them up. Right? $289 is a game system for some of you guys. $289 is a phone. Some of you guys probably spend $289 just drinking Starbucks every month. All right? So when you guys put that into the grand scheme of things, $289 to a homeowner that's married, that has kids, that's nothing. All right? It's just kind of like they just throw it on the credit card and they kind of forget about it. All right? So here's what I want you guys, here's what's really important right now. Don't think like a college student, right? When you're working with your customers, I know many of you guys are a college student. It's so important to not think like a college student, because $289 to some of you guys, like that's freaking expensive, right? You want to make sure you're thinking like a homeowner on a homeowner's budget, right? So like for example, like for a homeowner, $289 just probably pays for like their trash cans, right? Like, did you guys know like those trash cans that you guys put outside, you have to pay for those? Some of you guys didn't know that. I know I didn't. And I was like, what? You got to pay for trash? That's stupid, right? $289 is like the family's internet bill. $289, actually no, like the family cell phone bill is like $400, $500, right? So just so you guys know, just so you guys have perspective, the average household in America, in California, spends about $6,000 to $10,000 per month. All right, just to put that in a little bit more perspective for you. Now, am I saying everyone's going to buy the Homemaker set? No, not everyone's going to buy the Homemaker, but everybody can afford it if they wanted it. All right. So not everyone's going to buy the Homemaker set. It is our most popular set. We sell the most of these. I think we've already sold like 2 or 3 Homemakers today in our office. Probably like 5 or 6 for the week already. We sell a lot of these. This is our most popular set. Our company, we sold 34,000 Homemaker sets last year as a company. All right. So it's our most popular set, but not everyone's going to buy it. All right. Now, I already can tell some of you guys are starting to get excited. You're like, oh, all right, I'm going to sell a Homemaker this weekend. I can feel it, John. All right. So that's great. Now, not everyone gets the Homemaker. However, we have tons of set options. All right. Most of our sets are only about $100 a month on the payment plans. So like $100 a month, like if they don't get a Homemaker, they're going to find a set that fits them. So there's like pretty much a set in here for everybody. And tomorrow we're going to kind of cover all of our starter sets. All right. Now, anyone can afford a set. Now, Cutco, in my opinion, is the best value in the world. Because I want you guys to think about it like this. Your customer is getting the #1 product of its type for less than half of the price of its competitors. I'll put that into car terms. It's like your customer is getting a Mercedes for the price of a Honda Civic. Yeah, that's a good deal, right? You guys are like, oh, yeah, I would buy that Mercedes ASAP, right? So that's kind of what it's viewed like to a customer, okay? So cool. So now you guys know the price of our most popular set. All right, this is our Homemaker Plus 8. That's our most popular set. Now, let me show you guys how much you would earn when you sell one of these things. All right. And just so you guys have an idea, the average order in our office, so this is the order range. Some of you guys are going to have orders as small or as low as $20. Some of you guys are also going to have orders that are over $4,000 or higher. All right, but the average order as a company is about $350. Our average order in our office is slightly higher than the average order in the company. It's about like $380, almost $400. And basically, it takes three average orders to hit your first promotion this weekend. All right, this is why I wanted everybody focusing on a minimum of 7 demos completed, because if you complete 7 demos, you're going to at least get 3 orders this weekend, and you're going to hit your first promotion. Most of you guys will probably get like 4 or 5 orders if you do 7 demos, and you're going to be a little bit over your first promotion. All right, so that's kind of where you want to focus on. All right, but on average, 6 out of 10 customers typically purchase, and this is as like a national company average. We have a 60% closing ratio. And some of you guys are familiar with other sales companies. Some of you guys are not, but like a lot of other companies that sell products, they would be like super pumped up if they had a 30% closing ratio. All right, my buddy works at another company, and like a really good closing ratio is 20%. The reason why ours is so high is because it's Cutco. Best product in the history of the universe. Human beings eat every single day, and as long as people need to take huge chunks of food and cut them into smaller pieces, they're going to buy Cutco. All right, so we sell a very unique product that's the best of its type. So let's talk about how much you make when you sell one of these sets. All right, so I'm just going to talk about the Homemaker just because that's our most popular. But we're going to use an example. So I want to kind of review like the promotion schedule, like how the incentive pay works a little bit more. I'll cover the base pay again tomorrow in training, but we'll just call the Homemaker sale a $1,000 order. All right, let's just say you made a $1,000 order just for easy math. So right now, everybody on this call, when you guys start tomorrow, you start off at 10%. All right, so anything that you sell, you're going to get paid 10% of that. Meaning, let's say you sell your first Homemaker set. All right, and this is very common. This happens all the time. Like Tate, last weekend, he sold 3 Homemaker sets in a row. All right, how do you think Tate was feeling last weekend? Oh, yeah, he was pumped. So, like, right after training, like, we finished training on Friday, literally 45 minutes after training, he got his first Homemaker sale. All right, and let's just say what Tate made in that first hour after training, he made 10% of that Homemaker sale. He made $100 in that 1 hour with the customer. Who would be pretty fired up for that? Heck yeah. Some of you guys are afraid of money. All right, it's cool. All right. So $100 in an hour. All right, like that's super exciting right there. All right, so now what's really cool, here's why I love our promotions. Nobody dictates how fast you get promoted. You guys can hit as many of these promotions as you want, as fast as you want. All right, in my buddy's office in Tennessee, he had somebody sell 20 Homemakers on one appointment. All right, so you guys can think as big as you want. All right, go big. All right, we have some people that do 10 grand their first weekend as well. So, but yeah, so your first promotion, all right, right now as a trainee, you don't really have a title. You're just a trainee. You're a fragile little bunny right now. But when you sell your first Homemaker, you get your first promotion as well. So now you get bumped up to 1,000, all right, and now you get a 50% pay increase. And in most jobs, to get a raise, usually you need to work for that company for a few months, some people a few years, and once again, some people never. Right? Like I know when I started working here, my cousin started working at Stater Brothers, and she grinded. Like she worked really hard. She was working way harder than me for sure. But I got promoted 2 times my first weekend. Right? I was like, oh yeah, I already got 100% pay raise. And like 4 months later or 5 months later, she finally got a pay raise at Stater Brothers. Guess how much her pay raise was? It was like 20 cents. Right? And she was like, what the? She was so like frustrated. And I was like, yeah, I make like way more than that. You should just sell some knives with me. Right. So yeah, so that's what's really cool about the pay raises here. All right. So now when you hit your first promotion, now you become an official sales rep. You get that official sales rep title. Now you make 15% off of whatever you sell. So let's just say you sell another homemaker like Tate did. So his second appointment, he made $150 in that 1 hour with a customer. So Tate was feeling amazing. He was like, dude, this job is so awesome. And he was like, dude, this is easy. Like, is this really what you do? I'm like, yeah. Why do you think I've been doing it for 8 years? So simple. Read a script, have some fun, they buy. All right. Now, the next promotion is at advisor or advanced sales rep. Advanced sales rep. So when you get to 3,000, now you start earning 20%. All right. So now things are starting to heat up a little bit. I love it because Rachel, she started last weekend as well. She hit her $3,000 promotion on Tuesday. Right after she hit her $3,000 promotion, she sold another homemaker. Right. So she made 20% of that in 1 hour. And I was like, Rachel, do you know how much you just made right now? She's like, I don't know. I was like, you just made $200 in an hour. I was like, have you ever made $200 in an hour before? She's like, no. Like, is that even possible? I'm like, yes. All right, think about this, guys. Like, where else have you made $200 in 1 hour legally? Right? So I think that's super awesome. All right. So it starts to heat up right there at 3,000. All right. And there's some of you guys on here that are going to probably hit multiple promotions this weekend. All right. Like, I would not be surprised if some of you guys just go out there and do $3,000 just this weekend. It happens all the time. All right. Now, advisor, this is at 6,000. All right. This is where things really start getting spicy. All right. At 6,000, you become an advisor. Advisor was my favorite promotion just because it sounded really cool. I used to make my job sound really cool to my friends. I was like, yeah, guys, I work for this big international marketing company. They're like, whoa, like, what do you do? Oh, I'm an advisor there. They're like, whoa, that sounds awesome. And then my other friend ruined it. He's like, he just sells knives. He just sold some to my grandma. And I would always like tell my friends how much I made off of their parents or off of their grandma. I was like, yeah, your grandma just paid me $250, right? And stuff like that. So as an advisor, you make 25%. So when you sell a homemaker set as an advisor, now you make $250 in 1 hour. All right. And then at 10,000, this is where things really start getting sexy. At 10,000, you start making 30%. Dirty 30. Like I told you guys earlier, money is filthy, probably one of the grossest things in the world. However, I want you guys to get covered with as much of that dirt as possible. All right. So dirty 30. When you sell a homemaker set, you make $300 in that 1 hour. It's insane. All right. Like what's his name? Joseph in our office last summer, right? He hit 10,000 his first 10 days on the job. And he got so good at selling the homemaker set that he would only do like 4 or 5 appointments every weekend. And he would sell like 2 homemakers. And he was like, all right, cool. I'm done for the week. And make $600 in like a day. I'm like, dude, this is dumb. And he's like 18, full-time student at UCR. I'm like, this is crazy. All right. So those are like the main incentive levels. Now, once you get to 20,000 and above, you start getting bonuses. So you guys see this right here where it says 30% plus 5, 10, 15, or 20. All right. These are the different bonus levels. All right. So Caleb, I'm going to show you how your brother gets paid. Right. So like he makes 30% for the week. Right. But then at the end of the month, he gets a 20% bonus off of whatever he sold that prior month. All right. So a lot of my and we call this bonus land. All right. So once you get the bonus land, what I basically do is like I teach you guys live off of the 30%. All right. Like I teach all my FSMs, my CSPs to live off of their 30%. And then you want to save your bonuses. All right. Also, a lot of them, they kind of like they turn it into like a crazy lifestyle that they're able to live. Right, where they like work super hard for like 2 or 3 weeks, and then like at the new beginning of the new month, they get a bonus check that comes in. The biggest bonus check I've ever seen from one of my guys was $20,000. That was just bonus. They didn't have to work that week. They got paid off of whatever they did the month before. All right, so we have some of our guys making bonus checks as much as somebody's salaries. And it's not even that serious. They just sell knives. It's the knife life. It's awesome. All right. So that's kind of how the incentive pay works. All right. And again, you guys can hit as many of these promotions as quickly, or you can take your time as you're going through the promotion race. It's really up to you. And I'll help you guys figure out like your schedule and kind of figure out some goals that you want to go for and how to break it down for you guys. All right. So let's talk about your first weekend. All right. So now you guys know how much you can potentially make this weekend. Let's talk about your first weekend. All right. So the only thing that matters, guys, is seeing your best 5 customers this weekend. All right. The main way to guarantee your first promotion this weekend is you just got to show your best 5 customers first. All right. It doesn't matter what your lists look like. And if you show your best 5 customers first, you could have way bigger results. All right. And I don't really care what your customer list looks like. Some of you guys have some people that you're like super excited to see. Like, John, I know some ballers. I think I can go big this weekend. Some of you guys have like a list that you're a little bit nervous or you're not as confident in. Doesn't matter what your list looks like. As long as you show your best 5 customers this weekend, your first promotion is likely. All right. And the reason why I want you guys to focus on your best 5 customers first is your best 5, they're going to recommend you to their best 5. Right? So like if you see your top 5 customers that are married, working, they have a house, they're going to probably recommend you to people that are just like them. But if you saw a bunch of single guys that don't cook first, guess who they hang out with? Other single dudes that don't cook. Right? So you want to see your best 5 customers first. So this way you can build your foundation with the right people and making sure you kind of build a big base quickly. All right. So the first weekend assignment is I want you guys to focus on scheduling at least 7 appointments. Now, if you're going to go for 7 appointments this weekend, you still want to schedule 10. All right. Because even if somebody like reschedules or flakes out or something like that, you still complete 7. All right. So you just always want to take for account that somebody that could potentially like reschedule their appointment. All right. Now, if you don't think that you have time to do 7 appointments, just make sure you guys talk to me one-on-one on our next break. But you want to try to do twice as many demos your first weekend, just because like this is the trick to becoming an incredible rep with me fast, is you want to focus on twice as many appointments your first weekend because you're going to learn the demo quicker. You're going to start to master the fundamentals. You're also going to build a lot of referrals quickly and build a big base very fast. Also, your confidence, right? Think about your confidence after you get your first couple sales, first couple promotions. Do you think you're going to want to slow down? No, right? So that momentum is going to carry over into your first full week on the job and throughout your Fast Start contest. Plus, you're going to hit promotions probably more than you originally planned, right? And then also you're going to build up your capacity, right? So this way you know you can work at a high level now. But now imagine a couple weeks from now when you hit a couple promotions your first 10 days on the job, working less time, but earning more income, right? And that's the goal. That's the main reason why I want you guys doing a lot of appointments this weekend. So this way you can just knock those promotions out. So that way you're not working that hard later on. That way you can work part-time, but earn full-time income. And that's where the opportunity, that's why the job is really awesome, is once you get there. All right. So this weekend counts as like kind of like your first week. Even though it's a short week, you still want to try to hit your goal. So like our work weeks, they end on Monday at midnight. So everything that you guys do between Friday and Monday, I'm considering that your first weekend. All right. And then starting on Tuesday, that's going to be your first full week on the job. Now, at first, will it be like a little tiring or a little exhausting? Probably, right? Some of you guys like been in chill mode since this quarantine. You're like, I haven't really worked that hard. Some of you guys have just got out of finals, right? Worked a little harder with that. But it's all going to be worth it when you guys are making a bunch of money working less time. All right. So
I have a question. Sorry.
I have an answer.
Okay. Do we have to do like the 7 to 10 appointments in one day, or can they be spread it out through the weekend?
Oh yeah. Yeah. When I'm talking about those, that's for the whole weekend.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Unless you want to be a beast and try to figure out how to do that in one day, go for it.
All right, thanks. Got it.
Right? But no, yeah, that's for the whole weekend. All right. Cool. So now what I want everybody to do, pull out a blank sheet of paper. Blank sheet of paper. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start working on your training list. All right. So we're going to start working on your practice list. I know many of you guys probably already started like working on one after the interview, right? Some of you guys I interviewed, you're like, John, I already know who my top 5 are, right? Like, I love that. All right, so we're gonna start working on your practice list really quick. All right, and basically what we want to do is we want to make this list as big as possible. All right, we want to make this list as big as possible, and we want to limit any prejudging. All right, and what I mean by prejudging is, this is my number 1 rule, is I don't want you guys to judge anybody. Okay, so I've been doing this for a long time, and almost everybody is 100% wrong on knowing who's going to buy and who's not going to buy. So I don't want you guys to prejudge anybody. Think about it. Like, what if I prejudge some of you guys? That wouldn't be fair, right? So you never know who's going to purchase Cutco. All right, you remember how I told you guys my first weekend on the job, like 8 out of 10 told me that they weren't going to buy. 7 out of 10 ended up buying, right? And there's some people, the people that I thought were going to buy probably actually didn't buy. And then the people that I didn't think I had a chance bought the most. And I was like, what the heck? And that's the strange thing about people, is you can't figure them out. All right. So that's why you just don't judge, treat everybody equally. Imagine if I told everybody you knew was looking for Cutco and they're multimillionaires. You'd be like, oh, I got to see everybody. Right. So that's how you want to like view this. All right. So don't judge anybody. Do not write somebody down on this list just because you're like, oh, they would never buy, or they're broke, or they're cheap, or whatever. We want to write everybody. So we're going to do an exercise. We want to write down as many people as possible that are over 30 and that are working. All right. So anyone that is 30 and working, we want to write them down on this list. As we go throughout this exercise, I'm going to give you guys some thought joggers, and we're going to split it up into sections. Right. So the first section I want you guys to write down is your family. Right. So just write family section. All right. When we put married couples together on one line, and you guys write down people how you know them. This list is 100% for you guys. It's not for me. I'm never going to look at this list. 100% for you guys. All right. So like, if you have a nickname for somebody, cool, go ahead and write them down. When you write down like mom, dad, just write mom and dad. You don't need to write down their actual names. However you know them. Don't worry about adding any phone numbers. We're just making a list of names right now. Okay. So I'm going to play some light music, and then I'm going to kind of guide you guys throughout this exercise. So start off with the family section. So write down the easy ones in your family. Anyone that's 30 and working. So I would start off with like the easy ones: mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, aunts, uncles. All right. So think about everybody on your mom's side of the family. All right. And even if you haven't like talked to somebody in like forever, or even if you feel like I don't really know that person, if they cross your mind and you're debating it, just write them down. All right. Don't overcomplicate the exercise. We just want to write down as many names, whether you've talked to them, whether you know them, whatever. Right. So think of everybody in mom's side of the family, even if they live out of state. All your aunts and uncles on your mom's side of the family, all your mom's cousins, all your mom's siblings. Then go to your dad's side of the family, right? Think about all your dad's cousins, all your dad's aunts and uncles. Even if you never met them, but you just heard like magical, mysterious stories about these people. Even if they live in a different country. All right. Also think about your cousins that might be 30 or older and working. I think I said grandparents early, right? Like grandparents on both sides of the family. Maybe you have a step family, right? Like a stepmom or stepdad. Think about that side of the family as well. Even if you hate them. Think about your godparents. All right. Also in your family section, write down like those people that are considered family, but they're not really related to you. Like I have an Uncle Mike, and I just found out like a few years ago, like he's not even really my uncle, but I still call him Uncle Mike. Also in this section, you can write down like a significant other. So if you have a boyfriend, girlfriend, fiance, husband, wife, and you know a lot of their family, right? Jot down all their family. That spark a light bulb, Kirsten? Nice. Also, if you have, choose one though, but like you have like a BFFFF, that is like your second brother or your second sister. Write them down in the section. Like my best friend Nick, that's like my brother from another mother. Like I grew up with his side of the family a lot, right? So I wrote down his whole family, like his mom, his grandma, his aunts, his uncles, so on and so forth. Because I just basically consider that my second family. And I understand some of you guys have huge families where you could probably like fill up, like you could probably write this down all day. You're like, John, like you really want me to write down everybody? Some of you guys have smaller, tight-knit families, right? Where it's just like a few of you guys that stay close to each other. That's totally fine. I don't care about who has the most. I just care about you guys giving your best effort through this exercise. All right, let's move on to the next section. All right, so the next section I want you guys to title is Friends. So here's the thing, guys. I understand most of your friends are not 30 and working. However, who is? Their parents, right? So all your friends have parents, aunts, uncles, etc. So all I want you guys to do in this section is just write down, make a list of all your friends. All right, so just start off with your closest friends, start off with your most distant friends, so on and so forth. All right. So start off with your BFF. Who is your current best friend? Who's the friend that you talked to before training? Letting them know I'm going to this weird knife training thing. Who's your friend's old best friends, right? Maybe you guys like grew apart, moved away, went to different schools, something like that. And also when I talk about friends, I am also considering acquaintances. I know some of you guys are like, that person's not my friend. If you know their name and they know your name, write them down, all right? So even if it's that person from your science class, right? You always sit next to them. You guys aren't really friends, but you guys just feel like you always need to sit next to each other. Write that person down. Think back to high school. Think back to college. Friends in all your classes. All my athletes on here. Think about like your teammates, people that you played sports with. If you have another job or you used to work at another place, think about your coworkers. Oh, I like this mix. I don't know, it's just getting me pumped up right now. All right. Think about friends. Think about your social media friends. All right. I'm sure some of you guys have like 800 friends on your Instagram. I'm sure all of you guys have like 100. right? So think about like your social media friends. You don't need to write them all down, but write down that person that comments on all your posts. Write down that person that tags you in a million things. Write down that person that you wish wouldn't post so much. Brent. I'm just kidding. All right, write down that person, your Snapchat best friend, or the person that wants to be your Snapchat best friend, but you won't let them. Or that person that you have this long, stupid snap streak going, and you guys aren't even taking pictures of real things anymore. But you got to keep the streak alive. Those of you guys that play video games, write down that your buddy's gamer tags. I know you guys know them. Super Saiyan Gamer 123. The friend that retweets all your stuff. Write down your roommate. Write down your old roommate. Write down your future roommate. And just a reminder, you need to write down their names. We're just trying to think of how many people we know. And just so you guys are clear, like you're not going to see all these people, all right? We're going to narrow down this list later. Write down your boss, your old boss, future boss. Write me down. Yeah. You know me, right? I'm John. Nice to meet you. There you go. That's how easy it is. Did I hit all the categories? Oh, church. If you go to church, write down friends from church. Write down your party friends. Your bad influence friends. The good influence friends. All right, here's the fun one. Write down your exes. You guys, relax. Just write down their name. All right, cool. So we're going to wrap up the friends section. All right, now we're going to think of parents' friends. So I don't expect you guys to know all your parents' friends, but we do know of some of them. Right? Parents' friends, grandparents' friends, aunts and uncles' friends, whoever you're closer with, like you probably know some of their friends. And if you don't know their friends, here's how simple it is. Just write down mom's coworkers. If you know some of your mom's coworkers, you can get more specific. Like for me, like one of my mom's friends, I didn't know this lady's name for a long time, but like I remember when I was in training, I just wrote down Loud Lady. But I knew who I was talking about, right? This lady, she would always come over and she's just loud. Like I think screaming is her first language, right? So I wrote down Loud Lady. Then I also wrote down the Pozole lady. My mom had this friend that would always make pozole, and it was just so good. Never knew who she was, but she's the Pozole lady. I put her down. All right, so I wrote down grandma's casino friends because my grandma loves the casino. I think that's just what you do when you're retired. By the way, all my grandma's casino friends were killer appointments. I was like, don't waste your money at the casino. Waste it on me. And then you smile. All right. Yeah, so think about parents' friends. Think about dad's friends that he barbecues with or that he watches like the fights with or watches the game. Mom's friend that she cooks with, that she gossips with, drinks wine with, go to the wineries. Parents' friends that they exercise with. Also in this section, I'm gonna have you guys write down your neighbors. And if you don't know your neighbors, that means you need to get out more. I'm just kidding. Write down neighbor to the left. That's how simple it is. Neighbor to the left, neighbor to the right. Neighbor with the ugly dog, evil neighbor, neighbor with the cool car. All right, now I'm just gonna also neighbor that throws all the parties. Now I'm just gonna give you guys some random topics. Write down your doctor. If you have the same doctor for a while, write him down. My doctor's bought Cutco from me twice. On accident. I wasn't even trying to sell it. Write down your dentist. My dentist wants to buy Cutco. Write down your tax person or who does your family's taxes. Or maybe your family has an accountant or a CPA. Write down your mechanic. If you don't have a personal one, everybody knows one. Write them down. Write down someone that posts about their food that they cook. Some of you guys thought of one real quick. Write down anyone that you know that's a police officer or in law enforcement. Write down anyone that you know that's in the military. That was for you, Caleb.
That's about 95% of my list.
Perfect. Write down anyone that you know that's a firefighter. Write down a lawyer. You know anyone that's a lawyer? All right. Also, a couple other random ones that you guys can throw in there. Write down your favorite teacher ever. Mine is my 5th grade teacher, Miss Kale. She's awesome. Write down the teacher that you can't stand the most. Write down your coaches. Anyone that's a coach, or write down anyone that you know that's a counselor or a mentor of yours or a tutor. Your pastor. Write down anyone that eats and breathes oxygen. I ran out of categories. All right. Cool. So now we have kind of like a foundation to kind of build from. All right. So now I want you guys to just go through and count up how many names did you write down? All right. Write down how many names that you wrote down. And then go ahead and unmute, or actually, no, you don't need to unmute yourself. I'm just going to do like a quick little countdown. So raise your hand if you got 5. Did everybody get 5? All right, great. Everyone's going to be successful with the job. That's all I was looking for was 5 out of all that talking I was doing. All right. All right. Keep your hands raised if you got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60? 70? Oh my gosh, 80? All right. Maria, how many did you get?
Technically, I didn't write down a lot of names because that's a lot of names to write down. But I do know a lot of people that I talk to on a constant basis daily.
All right,
So,
all right. How many?
like at least maybe give or take about 100 people that I do talk to on a daily.
All right, cool. So did anybody write down more names than they thought they were going to? Yeah. So the point of that exercise is I wanted you guys to realize you guys know way more people than you think than you give yourselves credit for. Just because you don't talk to all these people all the time doesn't mean you don't know them. All right. So we're not going to see all these people on this list. All right. Just so you guys know. But I just wanted you guys to kind of like start brainstorming an idea. Now I want us to narrow it down a little bit more. Okay. So now we're going to mark your MAC customers. All right. So write this down somewhere in your notes. MAC. So MAC. Oh, I didn't put anything up to share. Sorry. There we go. MAC. So M stands for married. Why do you guys think, you guys can unmute yourselves now, but why do you guys think married couples are more likely to purchase Cutco?
Because you cook for more than one person.
Yeah, you're cooking for more than one person. Perfect. I heard something else.
That was pretty much the same thing.
Cool, cool. What other reasons? Why else do you think married couples are more likely to purchase Cutco? Go ahead, Kirsten.
More than one income.
Yeah, dual incomes are coming into the household, right? So that's two people that are working. Also, if let's just say one person's working, usually they make enough to support the household, right? Good. Why else? What do married couples usually end up having?
Kids.
Kids, right? And are they going to take their kids out to eat every single night?
I don't know.
No.
Why not?
It's
A lot
expensive.
of fattening food.
Yeah, it's unhealthy, right? And it's too expensive, mainly,
Bad.
right? It's too expensive. So even if they hated cooking, if they have kids, they have to cook. All right, good. A stands for ages 30 to 60 years old. Why do you think this group is more likely to purchase Cutco?
More stable financially.
More stable.
Yeah, they're typically in their careers at this point, right? They're not like just doing like jobs here and there. They're like actually like in a career, a little bit more stable. Also, these groups usually end up having families, right? And then also these are the people that are looking at this kind of stuff. Would you guys agree? Most of you guys seem pretty young. I'm assuming most of you guys aren't hanging out at like Joann's and Bath and Body Works or Bed Bath and Beyond, or I don't know what all those stores are called. I don't even know what those stores are called, right? Williams Sonoma. You guys don't even know what that place is. It's basically just like a kitchen store. Like my mom like goes crazy in that store. She's like, oh my gosh, they have this, the new blender, right? So usually like people in this age group, they start getting really excited about that type of stuff. And then C stands for casa. What does casa mean?
Home.
Home. I'm working on my Spanish this year, guys. All right, so homeowner. All right, so homeowners are more likely to purchase Cutco because when you buy a house, is that a short or a long-term purchase?
Long.
Yeah, it's long-term, right? So usually people are thinking 30 years, right? Like they plan on living in that place for 30 years, so they're thinking long-term purchases. So Cutco's not just like an ordinary purchase; it's more of like an investment because they're gonna have it forever. They never have to replace it, and it's high quality. So people that own homes, they usually put nicer things in their house versus someone that's renting. Am I saying that renters don't buy Cutco? No, but these are just our best customers right here. All right. So now what I want you guys to do on that list that we just made, I want you guys to put a star next to all your Macs. All right, everyone that meets all three criteria, put a star next to them. All right. So continue putting your stars next to your max. Use your best judgment. Obviously, you don't know who owns the house and everything, but just kind of use your best judgment on that. Now, once you have your max, now we want to narrow this down a little bit more. All right. So now we want to start working on your best 5. All right. But before we even get to your best 5, I want you guys thinking of your number 1 person. All right. So is everybody familiar with poker? Right? Like in poker, you're able to go all in when you have like a really good hand. Right? So this is your all in customer. Right? If you messed up the whole entire presentation like I did, you get lost, you have connections issue, the appointment ends up taking 4 hours because you did so terrible, and the house exploded, and they're still like, all right, go ahead, don't mind the house catching on fire, just finish your presentation, and they still buy. Who is that person for you on your list? All right, who's your number 1 person that you think would probably buy something just because they want to support you, just because they love you, all that great stuff? All right, like for me, that was my grandma. All right, that was my grandma. So she was my number 1 person because my grandma, she loves to cook, plus she's super supportive. So who is your number 1 person? So I want you to put them on your number 1 slot. And if you haven't already, just make like a top 10 little section in your notes. So put your number 1 person in that top spot. So Christina, who is your number 1 person that you put?
My mom and dad.
Mom and dad. Perfect. How come?
Because they support me in everything. So I think they'd be my first people to give a demo to.
Awesome. That's great. What about you, Anna? Who's your number 1 person?
My uncle and my aunts, because they're homeowners and they also own their own business.
Perfect. Great. How about you, Kiana?
My dad, because he just bought the house.
Oh, so he needs great knives for this great house.
Right.
Perfect. All right, cool. So now I want everybody to think of their next best 4. So you should have a total of, or actually, let's just create your top 10 really quick. All right. So go ahead and create your top 10 list. And I do have a few exceptions, right? So like, I know I was saying like 30 and working or Mac customer, but some exceptions could be like, let's say you have an aunt who she works, she has a great job, she has a house, she's over 30, but maybe she's not married. Like that would still be a good person to see, right? Maybe grandparents are retired, right? I allow retired ones like, because it's your grandparents, you got to see grandparents, right? Maybe you have a aunt or uncle might be like widowed or something like that, but they still have kids, family, like you can definitely show them. All right, or you have a cousin that's like 28. 28 is kind of like the cutoff I do, but 28, 29, they have a house, they have a great job. Sure, you can go ahead and see them. Those are my few exceptions. Any if you have like a specific exception, right? Like you know someone that's like 25, you think that they would love it, you think that they would buy it, run it by me like one-on-one individually, and I'll steer you in the right direction, because like what's good for you guys is good for me. I want to make sure everybody gets off to a really great start their first weekend. Now, some of those people that I might say like are like exceptions, or like people that like I might say like I would hold off on it. Wait until like your first weekend. Like your first weekend, you want to make sure you put yourself in front of the best possible people, right? That's people that are 30 and older, working, ideally with a house, right? And it's okay if they're renting as well. That's fine. All right, so work on your top 10. All right, you guys should have a total of 10. And just give me a thumbs up once you have your 10 written down. All right, a couple of you guys. I'll give you guys like one more minute. Good.
Yeah, my food's actually coming.
All right. So best 5 customers. That's the only thing that matters this weekend. Make sure you put yourself in front of your best five customers. And here's why I'm so big on the best 5. All right. Like, you guys are probably tired of hearing me saying it. It's the most important thing for this weekend. All right. Because it doesn't matter how many you guys do this weekend, even if you don't feel like you have a ton of incredible contacts, as long as you show your best 5 customers, you're still going to sell on a few of them, and you're going to give yourself that confidence boost. That's what's so important. And birds of a feather, they flock together, right? So those 5 people are going to recommend you to their best 5, who will then recommend you to their best 5, and you're going to have tons of baller customers that are going to want to see it. Now, some of you guys have some money customers, right? You're like, oh, I'm pretty confident, John. I'm going to crush it, right? Like, if that's you, plus, and if you show your best 5, you can have some really great results, right? Like, I think of like one of our assistant managers, Marcus Abahar. His first weekend on the job, he sold $6,000, made $1,000 his first weekend. And a big part of that was because he showed his best 5 customers. But one of the people was like someone that he was really nervous about. It was like a family member's boss, right? Like, he kind of knew him, but not really. But he showed him his first weekend, and he had like a $3,000 or $4,000 order from that person, right? So you want to make sure you show your best people your first weekend on the job. All right. Now, your first demo, though, you want to try to make that one your guaranteed sale. So like the first person that you see, ideally I want that to be that number 1 person on your list. So when we start setting up your appointments, you want to make sure you see that person right after training tomorrow. All right. That would be ideal. All right. Open up another blank sheet of paper. All right. So open up another blank sheet of paper and turn it sideways. Turn your paper sideways. I want us to make a schedule. We're going to kind of walk through like your first weekend schedule. So go ahead and start it on Friday. So do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We'll just plan all the way throughout Monday, okay? So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And go ahead on just one side. Start at 8 a.m. and go until 10 p.m. And just do it by the hour. I know on my screen it says every 30 minutes, but just do it by the hour. So do 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11, 12, 1, 2, so on and so forth. Okay? So go ahead and set up a mock schedule. All right. And for this weekend, just a reminder, right? I want to make sure you guys' schedule is as open as possible, right? Try to open up your schedule a little bit if you haven't already. So like, for example, is like if you're like, oh, I think I'm just going to go just hang out at the park. I would challenge you like, hey, could you do that like a different weekend or a different day or like early in the morning or later on in the evening? Like, I want you guys to be able to do as many appointments your first weekend just to get off to a fast start and make some exciting paychecks, right? Or if you're like, oh, but Saturday is my laundry day. Do you need a whole day to do laundry? I hope not. All right, like try to do your laundry like in the morning or at night, stuff like that. But then there's certain things that are like super important that you still like need to do, right? Like if you have church on Saturday or Sunday, make sure like that's in your schedule, right? So we're going to start off on the Friday and then we'll plan out each day. Okay. So Friday, we know that we have training that starts at 10 a.m. All right. So training starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow and we're going to be done at 4 p.m. sharp. So just draw a line from like write training at 10 a.m. and then draw a line all the way to 4 p.m. Now, I would like to see everybody do their very first appointment right after training. So like at 5 p.m., like an hour after training. And why do you guys think I want you guys to do your first appointment right after training? Why do you guys think?
Because training's like fresh in our heads.
Yeah, everything's fresh in your mind, right? Plus, basically tomorrow's training is just designed to get you guys super excited. All right, like you guys are gonna be so fired up after training tomorrow. You're gonna be like, John, just stop talking. Let me go sell some knives. All right. Plus, you guys are gonna hear about your fast start contest. Oh, it's just gonna be a lot. It's gonna be fun. All right. So make sure you have an appointment right after training. Now, when we schedule our first weekend appointments, I want you guys to schedule them 2 hours apart. All right, 2 hours apart. Don't try to stack them an hour apart from each other. That is not going to work that smoothly. All right. So the reason why I want you guys to stack them 2 hours apart for your first weekend is because you guys are all brand new, right? So do you think you're going to probably make some mistakes on your first couple presentations? Of course, right? And then also your first appointments are with who? Family and friends. And what does family like to do? Talk, right? So they're gonna want to catch up. They're gonna talk your ear off. So you just don't want to be rushed in your appointment. So I'd rather you guys just space them out 2 hours apart. All right. So you could do a 5, a 7, and a 9 p.m. on Friday. And you guys can do appointments as late as you want. Right? Like last week, right after training, like Michaela was doing an appointment at like midnight, sold a homemaker set at midnight. I was like, what the heck? All right. So you guys can do them as long as you want. All I ask is like, you probably shouldn't see grandma at like 11 p.m. All right. Don't force your grandma to sit through a presentation that late in the day. That's messed up. All right. So, but other than that, like, yeah, if people are up and they're down, go for it. All right. Saturday, you guys can start appointments as early as 8 a.m. But I think a good time to start is around like 9 a.m. I love doing 8 and 9 a.m. appointments. Those are the best. People are in a good mood in the morning, especially on the weekend, because they're not thinking about work. They're just happy it's the weekend, all that great stuff. And then space it out 2 hours apart. Now think back to like your first, we want to just make like a maximized schedule. So just try to figure out how many appointments you could squeeze into your first weekend if you absolutely wanted to. All right. And don't forget to plug anything that you know that you have to do, right? If that's like church or you have another job and you're scheduled to work like one of these days, plug that into your schedule. Same thing with like Monday, if you have school. And then on Monday, I want you guys to plug in advanced training 1 from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And that's where I'm going to teach you guys the secret weapon. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so go ahead and plan that out.
What day was it?
Monday for advanced training.
Monday at what?
10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Okay. So now after you guys have like made your max schedule, like if I maxed out every ounce of time on my schedule on here, I came up with 22 demos. All right. Some of you guys will probably have about the same. Some of you guys might have less. All right. But just as a reminder, the minimum I'm looking for everybody to complete is at least 7. However, I think most of you guys should probably shoot for completing 10. Right? But if you're just trying to like, John, I'm trying to break some records, I'm trying to make some money, definitely go for 15 or more. Okay? All right. So right here, this is the weekend appointment goal. All right. You should definitely be shooting for 7 to 10. Average is most of you guys are probably going to be somewhere around here, 12 to 15. But if you're going to be the hardest worker in the room, definitely shoot for 20. Okay? So you guys can do as many as you want. Let's go big. Okay. So let's talk about like phoning, right? Like how to make phone calls and all that great stuff. So in a little bit, we're going to start doing our first wave of phone calls, right? And the reason why we do like our first wave during training is because I'm still here. I can be here to help you guys answer questions, guide you guys. Plus, it's also way more fun making phone calls when there's other people doing it with you. But tonight, our goal is going to be to focus on scheduling our best 5, all right? Having a best 5 focus. Wave 2 is going to be after training, all right? So like after we're done with training, I'm going to want you guys to focus on scheduling like another 2 to 3. And then wave 3 will be tomorrow morning, all right? You want to focus on your next best 5 in that wave of phone session, phone jams, all right? So it's important to do all the waves, all right? So what I'm going to do really quick is show you guys how to do a phone jam, okay? So just give me 1 second. So go ahead and pull out your manuals really quick, guys. And if you go to the top of your manual, you're going to see it says phoning. Or if you're on your phone, you're going to see like a menu bar and it should say phoning in the menu. All right, go to phoning. And it's going to pull you to scheduling presentations. All right, so I'm going to review some of the tips for scheduling your first weekend appointments. All right, so the first one, just go ahead and follow along with me really quick, and then we'll get into some of the scripts. But don't overemphasize Cutco over the phone, right? The purpose is to call and schedule an appointment. Cutco's incredible, but they won't really see how awesome it is until they see it. So don't try to tell them all about the appointment and everything like that. The purpose of the call is just to schedule. Speak directly to who you want to schedule. Don't try to relay messages through your friends. So what that means is like, don't try to set up the appointment through your buddy, right? They're going to 90% of the time mess it up and not set up the proper expectations, right? Don't text to set up the initial appointments. I'm fine with you guys texting, but you don't want to try to schedule the whole appointment through text, all right? Usually it leads to some miscommunication. I want you guys to create the right habits in calling. Now, we want to speak directly with the wife on the phone. They're usually our target customer, and they're easier to schedule. And stress the fact that it's not a question of buying or selling. Many people are going to tell you, you can show me, but I'm not going to buy anything. So just respond by saying, that's okay. I get paid anyways. I just need to do as many appointments as possible. Always give a choice of 2 times, right? So the correct way is going to be like, oh, what time is better for you? 5 or 7? Or what day is better for you? Friday or Saturday? You never want to say, when can I show you? Because they're going to be like, oh, you know what? Call me like next year, like after Christmas. Right? And that does not benefit you right now. All right? Or you never want to say, do you want to see my presentation? Right? That's like an open-ended question where you could possibly get a no. Right? We want to ask yes type questions, right? So that's why we say, oh, when is better for you? This day or that day? Right? So now they just have to choose between the days. Set up specific times for your appointments. Don't do any tentative appointments where this only happens mainly with family, where they're like, oh, I'll be home all day on Sunday. Just call me whenever and we can do your presentation. And then that's how we get like people in Starbucks or at the grocery store like, oh yeah, I could do it. I'm just shopping, right? No, you want to make sure that they're in a specific location at a specific time. Schedule your appointments 90 minutes apart at a minimum, but I told you guys 2 hours. And not everyone's going to answer their phone. So when we make our phone calls, we want to use the 4-to-1 rule. So typically for every 4 phone calls we make, 1 person will typically pick up. All right. So every 4 calls, typically 1 person's going to answer. I'm going to skip a couple, go down to where it says eliminate distraction. So you want to make sure you're in a quiet place whenever you make your phone calls. So this is important while you're at home. All right. Phone calls is the most important part of your job. This is where you get paid the most, right? Because if you don't make the phone calls, you don't schedule the demos and all that great stuff. So this is why you want to make sure you take this part of your job probably the most serious. All right. Like if you I can't wait to add you guys to our team group chat because you're going to see everybody posting in there. Like today, they were just talking about like how much they love making phone calls now. Right. And it's funny. A lot of these guys started last week and they're like nervous to make their first phone call. Now they love it because they understand the job more, right? So this is the part that you want to make sure you nail. All right, so get in a place where you're not going to get distracted, where you can focus, where you feel like you're working. And phoning equals working. Once your appointments are set, then you're pretty much done working. Now it's just time to have some fun and hang out with some people. All right, because the actual presentation doesn't even feel like work. It just feels like you're just having a conversation. And then, all right, cool. So let's go down right here where it says page 22. This is the phone approach. All right, so this is the phone approach. Jaden, I'm going to have you help me out with this. All right, you're going to be my Aunt Jay. I just need you to respond. All right, so I just need you to respond like you're a customer. I'm setting up my first appointment with you.
Like,
So,
am I following a script or am I just answering?
no, you're just answering.
Okay.
You're Aunt Jay, all right?
Okay, what's up?
All right, hey, Aunt Jay, this is John. How are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How's the quarantine been treating you?
You know, just trying to get through it. Hopefully we'll be out of it soon.
Yeah, for sure. How are the little kids?
They're awesome, running around, driving me crazy, staying at home.
Perfect. Well, the reason why I was calling is I just started a great new job showing Cutco. As part of my training, I'm required to put on some initial training appointments. So you don't have to buy anything because I get paid just to show it. And I do the presentations right over the phone. You just need to be in front of your laptop or a computer at home. And I want to do 10 appointments by Monday to hit my goal. So I wanted to know if I could schedule a call with you Friday, that's tomorrow, at 5 p.m. or would 6 p.m. be better for you?
6 p.m. would be better.
Okay, great, Anjay. Thanks a ton. This really helps me out a ton. Do you have a pen and a piece of paper nearby?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. Can you just write this down just so you don't forget? All right. And also, will Uncle Bob be there too?
Yes, he will. I'll make sure.
Okay, cool. I want to see both of you guys. So write it down. It's going to be Friday at 6 p.m. And thanks so much for helping me with this. I'm really looking forward to catching up. I know this doesn't mean a lot to you, but it means a ton to me. Thank you so much. I'm going to send you a confirmation email. Can I have your email address really quick? You don't need to give it to me. All right. Great. I'll email you tonight and I'll text you a reminder. Then I'm going to call you exactly at 6 p.m. tomorrow. So please don't forget about me.
Sounds good.
Perfect. All right. That's all you guys have to say. How'd that sound? Not too bad? All right. So like I said,
You've been doing it for years.
Exactly. Right. So like I told you guys at the beginning of the training, I was pretty shy, right? I was a kid that made birthday calls super awkward. I remember my grandma would call me and like, hey, happy birthday. And she wanted to talk, but I was like, thanks. What are you doing today? Nothing. Okay. Right. And then like, I'll just hang up the phone because I didn't know what else to say. Right. And then I remember reading this to my grandma. My grandma was just so pumped that I called her. She was like, she didn't really care what I said. She was like, yes, I'm so glad you called me. Right. You're so talkative. I was like, yeah, grandma, this script is awesome. Right. And then have fun with it. Right. Like when I call my mom, right. I just had fun with it. Cause like, yes, I lived with my mom. Right. Some of you guys, your mom's probably going to be in the next room. I know you guys could probably just ask like your family, like, hey, can I do an appointment with you tomorrow? I get it. I know it's that simple to do. However, I want you guys to practice reading from the script because we want to practice now. So that way, when we see people that we don't know or that people that are like live customers, you already are good at this. You're already confident reading from a script. All right. So like when I call my mom, I went through the whole approach. Right. And I was like, hey, Mom, how you doing? And she was like, John, what do you want? I was like, Mom, I'm just calling to see how your day is going. She's like, John, I'm working. I'm like, I know, Mom, but like, how are you? You still haven't answered. She's like, you want something, huh? I was like, okay, Mom, just listen. I'm in training. All right. And then I just read the script. All right. So you can let people know you're reading from a script. Like I said, it's not that serious. All right. So let people know like, hey, I'm brand new. I'm in training right now. I'm reading from a script. All right. And then just follow the script. All right. Now, right here below, here's any possible customer questions you might face. Right. So somebody might ask you, what is Cutco? Haley, can you read that for us? What is Cutco?
Cutco is a line of high-quality kitchen cutlery and a few outdoor items. I'm sure you already have tons of knives, but I get paid just to show you. So would Joe or Christine be better for you, or blank blank?
You'll plug in a time right there.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, no worries. All right. And if you get nervous and like just forget what to say or something like that, you just say, hey, they're really awesome knives. So what time is better for you? Fatima, read the next one for us. I already own Cutco.
That's great. How do you like it? Awesome. Well, like I said, I am doing it for the training and I'd love to get your opinion and maybe some pointers. Plus, I get paid anyways. So would 6 p.m. or 8 p.m. be better for you?
Perfect. Perfect. All right. Good. Thank you. And and here's the thing, like make sure when you say like, when someone says like, what is Cutco? Like make sure you like enunciate like Cutco. Like when I did this with my grandpa, he can't hear. So like, I was like, it's Cutco. And he was like, what? Petco? I don't like pets. I was like, no, Cutco. He was like, oh, Costco, come on over. Like he didn't know what I was like doing the appointment for. He was just like, I'm just happy to hear from you. All right. That time doesn't work or I'm really busy. No problem. I'm really busy too, but I need to do 10 appointments by Monday and I can make sure to keep it short. Is that a bad day or just a bad time? Okay, cool. So how about Saturday at 12 or would Sunday at 1 be better? And then how long does it take? Not too long. My part is about 45 minutes. After that, it's up to you. So which time would be best for you, this time or that time? All right, you guys notice anytime that they ask a question, we followed up with a question. That's how you keep control of a conversation, right? If they ask a question and you just like leave it, you just answer their question, they're going to ask more questions. And next thing you know, they'll take over the convo. So that's what you want to follow it up with. Like, okay, so would this time or that time be better for you? All right. So that is the phone approach right there. If you scroll down a little bit past right here, this is where the email confirmation is going to be. Okay. So this is where the email confirmation will be. So you'll just send this email out to your customers after you schedule the appointment. All right. So we're going to watch a quick video on how to make phone calls or how to do a proper phone jam. And that's what we call them in our office.
Hi guys, I'm Stacy Barton. I go to St. Joe's University. I'm an autism behavioral studies major. I'm actually just shy of $500,000 in career sales. And I want to invite you guys to watch me phone jam today. The goal is to make as many phone calls in a short period of time as possible. And here's what I have in front of me. I have my calendar, so that way I can see what appointment slots I have open. I have my phone approach, so I know exactly what I'm going to say to people over the phone. I have my notebook here with a goal tracker, so I can cross off appointments as I set them. And of course, my phone numbers, so that way I know exactly who I'm calling and I have the list right here. And my phone. And I also have headphones because I hate having my phone up against my face, and it allows me to use my hands and write notes while I'm on the phone. You never want to do a phone time without having a goal. So I always am promoting to my customers, I need to complete X number of appointments by this date. And it's not being pushy, but it's creating urgency. So that way I don't get the whole, why don't we just do it next week? Call me back later. And then I can fill my schedule right away. So my goal changes every phone jam. When I'm in school, I might just be trying to set up 3 or 4 appointments. But right now I'm going after a really big goal. So I'm actually going after 15 appointments by Monday. And I actually keep track of all of them right here with my goal tracker. And today, I'm not leaving until I set up at least 8 of them right now. And what I'm gonna do is I'll just cross them off as I go, so that way I know exactly how many I've set. Are you seriously gonna film this whole thing? Seriously? Hello? Hi, Sherry, this is Stacy Barton. How are you?
Oh my gosh, Stacy, I don't believe you're calling. It's been forever.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah, it's been a while. How have you been?
I've been so good, but the cat just jumped up on my lap when you called. I don't think he's too happy.
That's so funny. How's Charles doing?
He's fine. He just got back in from outside. He's been outside working all day on the yard.
Actually, well, so the reason I'm calling is I just started a great new job showing Cutco. And as part of my training, I'm required to put on some initial training appointments. So you don't have to buy anything because I get paid just to show it.
Okay.
Now, I want to do 15 appointments by Monday to hit my goal. So I want to know if I could stop by at 4 o'clock on Saturday, or would 7 be better for you?
I can do 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock? Okay. So we'll do 4 on Saturday. Now, do you have a piece of paper and a pen nearby?
Yes, let me get it.
Yeah, just let me know when you're ready.
Yep, got it.
Great. If you could just jot down that I'm going to be coming by at 4 o'clock on Saturday, that would be great.
No problem.
Awesome. Great. Oh, is Charles going to be there, by the way?
Yes.
Awesome. Good. Well, thank you so much for helping me with this, Sherry. I'm really looking forward to seeing you. I know this doesn't mean a lot to you, but it means a ton to me.
Oh, it means a lot to me, too. It'll be really fun to see you.
Yeah, it'll be great to see you. I'll see you then.
You bet.
Bye. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for helping me with this, Sherry. I'm really looking forward to seeing you. I know this doesn't mean a lot to you, but it means a ton to me. If they know it's important to you, they won't blow it off. And it's easy to blow things off when other stuff comes up or with somebody that you know, but you don't want them to blow you off. You want to be working. And do you have like a piece of paper and a pen nearby? I want to do 15 appointments by Monday morning to hit my goal, and I only have 14 left. Okay. Oh, that's so fun. That's awesome. To hit my goal, and I only have 13 left. Hi, this is Stacey Barton. My goal, and I only have 12. Yeah, I know it's a lot. How are you? Good. No, that's awesome. We have 10 left. So Johnny's in college now, right? Yeah. And I want to do 15 appointments by Monday to hit my goal, and I only have 9 left. On Saturday, or would 2 o'clock be better for you? And I only have 8 left. Now, if they're busy the first 2 times that I offer, no big deal. I relate with them. I tell them, hey, I totally get it. I know what it's like to be busy. And I just offer 2 more times for them. It's not pushy, but it's actually just making it easier for them and opening it up for their schedule. So I wanted to know if I could stop by on Sunday at 3, or would 4:30 be better for you? Oh, yeah, no, I understand. That's no problem. I'm really busy too. I just really need to do 15 appointments by Monday, and I can make sure to keep it short. Could you squeeze me in at 8 on Sunday, or would a little bit later, like 7 in the evening, be better for you? 7 works? Okay, great. Awesome. Let's do that then. I used to be nervous about being awkward, but things are only awkward if you make them awkward. And people want to help you out, especially when they're like your friends and family. I get your opinion and maybe some pointers, plus I get paid anyway. So would 1:30 or would 6 o'clock be better for you? I mean, you don't even really have to be interested. It just helps me out. Okay, yeah, no problem. I appreciate it anyway. Thanks though. So I just got turned down, but I did the script exactly as it's written, and I did what I needed to do. It just didn't go how I wanted, which is fine. You know, just go on to the next call. Some will, some won't. It's okay. Blast. Will Mike be there? Will Andy be there? So I always try to see couples together so they can make the decision together, especially if they're getting something big. But when possible, I always try and call the wife, since she's the one that normally runs the schedule. Will Mark be there? Oh, can you ask him to join us? Awesome. Will Maggie be there? Awesome. Oh, bummer. Okay, well, let's find a different time then, so that way I can see both of you together. Awesome. Okay, so I'll see you guys Saturday at 2:30. Awesome. Something about phone time is that you're going to make a lot of calls and people won't answer. It's okay to call the same people multiple times, even in the same phone jam. I don't text them, I don't leave a voicemail, because I want to explain to them live and have a conversation about what it is that I'm doing. Oh my gosh. I seriously need a nap right now. One of the greatest things that I learned at Vector is that you have to ask for what you want, because if you don't ask, you won't get it. Oh, you guys have Cutco? Oh my gosh, that's awesome. How do you guys like it? I know, the shears are like the best, right? They're so good. Good, okay, well, like I said, I'm doing it for the training, and I'd love to get your opinion and maybe some pointers. Plus, I get paid anyway. So would 5:30 or would 7 o'clock work better for you? 5:30? Okay. Oh, you've never heard of Cutco before? Cutco, it's a line of high quality kitchen cutlery and a few outdoor items. I'm sure you already have tons of knives, but I get paid just to show it to you. Yeah. So would 11:30 or would 2:30 work better for you? 2:30? Okay, Ann. Yeah, let's do that. It's okay to tell people you know that you're reading from a script. Your grandma, your aunt, uncle, whoever, they're not going to care either way. You just got to tell them, hey, I'm doing this for work. Makes you more comfortable. Hey, Becky, it's Stacy Barton. Good, yeah. Well, hey, I'm at work, and I've got a favor to ask you. I'm going to read from a script, though, so that way I get it right. Is that okay? Now, when using a script, you might feel awkward, but you don't sound awkward. It's going to keep you on track, keep you dialed in. I find that when I get really nervous, sometimes I'll throw in fillers like, or like, or I myself need a script. So, don't over-explain things. Keep it simple, get to the point. The goal is to make as many calls in a shorter period of time as possible. I appreciate you helping me out. Awesome. The people that work the hardest tend to be the ones that earn the most. I want to do 15 appointments by Monday to hit my goal, and I only have 8 left. So I wanted to know if I could swing by at 8 or would 1:30 on Sunday be better for you? Sunday at 2:30 will work for you? Awesome. I gotta go. Yes. That's when you like break it all apart.
Hold on really quickly, guys. Special guest alert. All right. I see AJ just hopped on. AJ is one of our FSMs. He's actually trained to become a CSP, all right, which is a Cutco sales professional. AJ, wave so everybody sees where you're at. All right, so AJ's been working with me. Dude, I lost track over the years. What, 6 years now? 5 years? 4? I don't know.
Nah, not 6. 5.
5 years. So AJ started working with me when he was 18. Just graduated from high school. Then he was going to Cal State San Bernardino. And he was selling Cutco to pay for college. And he became very independent at a very young age. Wanting to take more responsibilities and just kind of for himself and become a man. It's really cool to see how he's grown. He's also very ambitious. So when AJ was in training, he already decided he wanted to become a branch manager. So he was like, I'm going to become a branch manager next summer. And it's very rare for somebody to like sell one summer and then branch the next summer. But AJ made that a goal and he made it happen. And he ran his own office for the summertime as a full-time student. And he didn't even know what he was doing, but he was the top 5 manager in the entire Western region, which was really cool. And AJ has a long list of achievements. He loves to travel. I think this year he was in Canada for like a couple weeks. Last year, went to Japan. He went to Costa Rica.
That was 2 years ago.
That was 2 years already?
Yeah, dude, time flies.
Yeah, it does. So AJ's super awesome. If you looked at AJ's life though in a nutshell, you would think he's retired because most of the time he's either golfing or he's traveling somewhere. And you just look at this guy and you're like, how old is this kid? Why doesn't he ever work? But that's the life of making 50%. But AJ, think back to when you first started. How long did it take you to get your first sale after training?
Ooh, first appointment?
First appointment.
Yeah, it was the first appointment. Yeah.
All right, cool. So, do you remember what you sold on that first appointment?
Oh yeah, it was the complete set.
All right. So just so you guys know, that's a $3,000 set of Cutco. All right. And was that with your best customer?
Yeah.
All right. So I was just telling him how important your best 5 is. So yeah, that was with his number 1 customer. And did you know what you were doing?
Nope.
Yeah. So
Not
some
at
of you guys are gonna just accidentally sell $3,000. It happens every weekend. All right. So that's why you just got to stick to the manual, follow the program. What do you like about working? What do you like about being like a manager with the company, and what do you like about just working on at your own pace?
So being a manager was cool. Just to say, like, this is my office, you know. Before COVID, you know, we would actually have a physical office that you would go to. So that was cool. But now, just kind of, like Baker said, I'm retired, you know. So I work really hard, and then I reward myself with a trip. So usually it's like a different country. So yeah, like earlier this year, I had a great holiday season, like 20 grand in 1 month pretty much. And then, so I went to Canada. So yeah, I think just being able to reward myself with big trips, definitely the highlight.
Great. And then these guys are about to do like their first phone jam. Like what's a tip that you would give them?
Oh, sweet. Have fun with it, you know, don't sound boring on the phone. Don't sound boring, have fun with it, be enthusiastic, and also just set up as many as possible, because that's one thing I regret. I wish I would have done more appointments during my fast start. So you can never work too much in the first couple of weeks.
All right, sweet man. Thank you. Just curious, what's your biggest order?
I think 5,000.
5,000. Not too bad. Making a little over $2,000 in an hour. That doesn't suck.
But it's not.
All right, cool, man. Well, hey, keep attacking it. Keep rolling. I'll talk to you later.
All right, later, guys. How do I get out of this thing?
Cool. So let's finish up, or we're done with this video. All right, so that's how you guys do a phone jam. All right, I wanted you guys to just kind of see like how she kind of counted down on her goal, right? Like she set a goal to schedule, I don't know how many appointments, but she kept going, right? And like if you get on a roll, like that's when you actually want to like keep going, right? Like you want to keep that streak going, keep it alive, and all that good stuff. So that's what we're gonna do right now. Me and Andrew should have sent you guys all a text message. All right, did everybody receive a text to join a group on WhatsApp? All right, cool. So that's everybody on this training call. That's our WhatsApp group chat. So now what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna break off into a phone jam. All right, so we're gonna start making our first couple calls. All right, and when we do this phone jam, here's how I want it to be done. And Andrew, can you post in the chat box how we want you guys to post your appointments? So I want you guys to, every time you guys schedule an appointment, post it in that, actually don't post it in the group chat, but post it on this chat box right here on Zoom. You're going to say like mom at 6 p.m. Friday at 6 p.m., right? Saturday at 12 p.m., so on and so forth, every time you get one scheduled. All right. Now here's the order I want you guys to like kind of get your call set up, right? Definitely want to call your number 1 person first, right? We want to try to get them scheduled for right after training tomorrow. All right. Then I would call your top 5, right? Call the easy ones like mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, like all those people. Get the easy ones knocked out of the way. And our goal right now is to schedule 5. All right. So our goal is to schedule 5. When you guys get your first 3, you're going to earn a raffle ticket for tomorrow. All right. So at the beginning of training, we're going to do a raffle. So when you get your first 3, you're going to get a raffle ticket. When you get your 5, you're going to get an additional raffle ticket. All right. And if you get your 5 like fast, cool, keep going, right? Then not like try to get 7 scheduled, right? Or 10, or try to get as many as you can get scheduled right away. All right. So training ends at 6 p.m. sharp. So we're going to be making our phone calls for about 30 minutes until like 5:50. And here's how I want you guys to do your phone calls, right? Like those of you guys that aren't on Zoom on your phone, keep your cameras on, all right? Just keep yourself muted. So this way, like I see you guys like making your calls and all that great stuff. I'll be on in case you guys like have a question or something like that. And then I'm going to wrap up training after we're done. Okay. So make sure you guys just follow the script. All right. If someone doesn't answer, call them one more time and then just move on to the next person. All right. And I would just call everybody, even if you think that they're working. People answer their phones all the time at work. Okay. So just call. If they answer, that means that they can talk. If they can't, no worries. All right. So let's go ahead and roll. Let's go crush it. And let's make that first call, guys. All right. Good luck. I'll be available. I'll be playing some light music on here. And you might hear me do some of these dollar signs every time you guys schedule a demo. All right. So let's go. Hey, Brent, can you hear that music?
So, John, what did you say, honestly? I kind of, like, for some reason, my side was making you cut in and out. So I heard, like, every other word.
Great. Yeah, just start making some calls. Get your first, we're trying to get your first 5 appointments, all right?
Got you.
When you get 3, you get a raffle ticket. When you get 5, you get 2 raffle tickets.
Okay.
All right, go crush it. Can you hear more now, Brent?
Yeah, it's a little bit louder.
How do you like your new laptop, Brent?
It is amazing. I can do so many things at once now. Like I can play League and go on YouTube. I can play League, YouTube, go on Zoom. I can multitask. It is amazing. I love it. Thank you, Cutco. Oh.
You're welcome. All right, great. That's the music, huh?
My bad. Is it cool if I log in on my computer for now so I could use the phone?
Yeah.
But I don't have like the little webcam whatever on my
no
computer.
worries. That's fine.
No, for sure.
It can get dangerous inside of my head. Thinking about how it was then. And I know from the start that you weren't like the rest. Still it's my heart beating out of my chest. It gets so dangerous inside of my head. Trying to move on with the rest of my life, but I can't see sure. And I still don't feel right. Yeah. And I don't think I'll never something like that. Cause nothing can compare to the first time.